Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
This is fantastic. This is GT racing right now.
He's got traction, he's going in the outside of both of them! Maloney!
Oh, he's taking Anderson. Anderson's up to
Oh
him.
my god! Big crash! Oh my goodness, half the field's gonna get rolled!
Second very close. These guys are want to make their way through the field very quickly. Oh, there we go.
Oh no!
That's massive. This is it. This is over. I can't believe this. Oh my god.
God, what?
Welcome back, everyone, to SimSpeed TV. It's a Sunday night, which means we continue our coverage of the 2022 Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS series, and we continue this stint of tracks here at home in Australia. Welcome to SCOPS' debut at the Sandown International Motor Raceway for the penultimate round of the 2022 season, the Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint. My name is Daniel Yeaman. Joining me in the commentary box tonight, Ryan Jones, returning once again to SimSpeed commentary. If you missed him, back with us last night for the Major Series finale. And Jay Kennedy on production for us this evening. So, well, for those who missed the Major Series, I guess it's a welcome back again to you, Ryan. Real quick here, and a bit of a big one for us. 3 races total across Super Split 2, then into the double race format for Split 1 here tonight. Going to be plenty of racing action to cover over the course of the evening.
Yeah, cheers, Dan. Good to be back to 2 and 2 nights after 9 in 12 months is a quick return, but a good couple of events. And V8SCOPS, of course, it gets no bigger in Australian sim racing, and Sandown Raceway. What a place to go racing, both in the real world and in the sim. It doesn't really need an introduction. You know where it is. It's in Melbourne, it's near Dandenong, it's in Springvale, and it is set around the racecourse, of course, but it's not the grass track we're interested in. It's the asphalt, the tarmac. Now that I think about it, what is the right word for that, Dan?
Asphalt was probably appropriate.
I think that was the right
We'll go
one.
with that as we enjoy that top-down view, zooming in from the look at Victoria there, bring them indeed down to Sandown Raceway with that racecourse for horses stuck on the inside there. But as you said, iconic circuit. Has obviously gone through plenty of changes over the years after the failed attempt to get the the length of the addition they made to the infield. Some form of world sports car racing back in the 1980s. Try and make that interesting here, but these days back to the tried and true format of 3.1 kilometers, 13 turns, and it's simple on paper. 2 long straightaways, a couple of corners in between to break it up and to connect them back up together, Ryan, but still enough complexity here, especially with corner complexes such as turns 2, 3, 4, as well as 6 down through to 9 at the end of the back stretch as well. Really making sure drivers do have a bit of a test on their hands.
Yep, up the top at Dandenong Road, troublesome spot. So many iconic moments have happened there, iconic crashes. over the years. It's not so treacherous now. The sim racing version of it is, thankfully for some, the most up-to-date version. It has the big asphalt runoff area, and the fence has been pushed a long way back to where it used to be as the camera pans around and we see that complex. It's an incredibly fast left, back to the right, trying to get the car slowed down at the same time. That's going to be, I think, the big trouble spot today. But also the curbs. The curbs here at Sandown are monstrous. Turns 2 and 3, you got to hop those curbs perfectly, otherwise you can find yourself getting unsettled and speared straight into the fence. The one thing we don't have to worry about, Dan, is Victorian weather. Thank goodness, because last time I was at Sandown, water up to the ankles through the paddock, not a good time. It's bright and sunny in iRacing, as always.
Hashtag soon for rain. Of course, as always, we've approached that ever enroaching day. And hey, perhaps one time we will get a chance to check out what that looks like weather-wise. Bring some Victorian weather to iRacing competition. Although, in saying that, I think this might do people a little bit better here tonight. Here's a quick look at the format for this evening. All races tonight will be 41 laps in length. The Super Split 2 up first. We also do have a 50-minute time restriction in case of safety cars blowing out the race duration, and therefore putting a cap on said race duration to make sure that we can move on into Split 1, Race 1 at the scheduled time in about an hour's time from now. That is when that server will go up, at least I should say. But there is also, critically, compulsory pit stop for the drivers here in Super Split 2 to get there. We'll make sure they complete 2 tyres minimum, but as we've said plenty of times beforehand in these cars, that'll mean conventional 4-tyre stop. In that case, the pit window opens at the end of lap 2, will close at the end of lap number 39 to get that service out of the way. And I believe that's actually a races tonight, and confirming indeed all 3 races across Super Split 2 and Split 1 have a stop requirement.
Always brings the strategy into play. The pit window wide open, from what I was looking at earlier on, opens up at the end of lap 2 and pretty much goes right through to the end of the race. Yep, closes just before the penultimate lap, so you can really pit whenever you want, but making sure you get there on fuel, making sure you get there on tyres, opens that up to interpretation quite a bit. In the warm-up session here, Dan, and it's looking pretty close. In fact, pre-qual times as a whole were incredibly close. I had a peek before we came on air, and it was top 46 covered by 1 second. So, I mean, the top 6 drivers from those pre-qual times will be feeling pretty hard done by the
Yeah, you're not wrong there. Good to see that for Scops' first outing here at Sandown. At times, certainly competitive drivers putting in preparation to put their best foot forward in pre-qualifying. And as I said, there a couple of drivers towards the top of the Super Split 2 times. Yeah, probably feeling like they could have had a decent chance at the Split 1 direct entry, but one of them will get the chance to be promoted in direct after tonight's race here. So we'll be vying for that opportunity. Although, as I said, plenty of drivers there who have a chance to make that based on pace at this point in time before we even get racing going. And then, well, for all we know, strategy, incidents, safety cars could easily bring more drivers in or take drivers away from that equation.
Something I'm noticing already as we saw a few different cars firing down into turn 1 is how much of the racetrack they're wanting to use. A little extra bit of road on the right hand side near the yellow line on the entry to turn 1. They're getting all 4 wheels out onto that part of the track. Here we go. On board with Stephen Kokoschki, I want to say. You've been here all year, that sounds about right, says producer Jay. Right side's over the yellow line, just opening up the angle of attack to turn 1. And he still gets it a little bit wrong, I think. Got a bit too much of that inside curve and threw him over the exit curve. I highlighted the curves already, Dan. I'm going to highlight them again. I spoke about turns 2 and 3. But that exit curve in turn 1 is the bane of many racing drivers' existence, I think.
Yeah, it sure will be. At least it should probably be. I just watched a monumental wreck for Zach Ski down hill turns 6 through 8. And actually got wedged in tyres. But yeah, that curve at turn 1 in particular. Also there at turn 4. You can see it down at turn 9 as well. Probably a design choice, is what some might say. Others might say it was a very painful choice in that the curb peaks that are at the halfway point in terms of its width, and then cambers off away from the peak over the far edge. So that means we see here with the 823 of Matt Winokur, he comes down into turn 9. You just sort of see it from that angle, not quite unfortunately, but you go too far out over that curve and the car will drop down onto it. And these cars, thankfully, they should have just enough ride height to clear the curb entirely, but you may see here a little bit of a scraping right on the centre of the car and get those outside tyres all the way over if they can manage. But yeah, it's going to be a fun one, I think. These cars, certainly we see them in the real world with plenty of curb bashing where they can into the track, but certainly we'd like to attack the curb and use it to rotate the car where you can manage it.
FC car coming across the line. Lap times, they're not too important in this one session. You're just dialing it in, making sure you get yourself back on your game ahead of the race. Of course, the grid for Super Split 2 is set by pre-qualifying times, unlike Split 1. So you're just honing in that race setup. Not too much you can do, just a 30-minute practice. Take a look at Michael Taliantich. He's someone who I would expect to see towards the front of Split 2. Certainly even having a crack in Split 1. I'll be honest, a lot of my form guide, Dan, comes from about 12 months ago. I've been a little preoccupied this year, not paying too much attention to the sim racing world, but I'm excited to see how everyone goes today. I've already seen in pre-qualifying a lot of drivers who 12 months ago were Split 2. Would be front of Split 2 as a good result. And they're towards the front of Split 1 now, so it's been great to see that progression from drivers through the ranks over the course of the year.
Come, drivers go, drivers improve as well indeed. Things certainly have changed here when it comes to who's been racing with us on the regular in the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season of 2022. And yeah, I mean, just having a look at the pre-qualifying times again for myself, and yeah, just incredibly competitive. Really to be seeing the fact that we've got, even here, based on times, which we've set the grid for tonight, we're looking at 2 tenths covering almost a dozen cars, and 3 tenths covering 16 to be precise here in Split 2. So yeah, a lot of contenders, I would think, in that case, having a chance at the win. So
just spotted in the background. Might have been Taliantich firing off at Sandown Road, and that all stemmed from him running wide at the top of the shot across the top of the hill. And that's a part of the track we're going to have to keep a very close eye on, because it's very much single file only. If you try to go side by side through there, one of you is going to have to cut through the track, and the rejoin can be tricky. You've got to make sure you don't clip the grass or the curb as you come back onto the track, because it'll spit you sideways, and you can very easily make contact with someone who is up to that point who kept all 4 tyres on the racetrack. It's a very similar incident to that Carrera Cup this year, just a couple of months ago. Right there, that curve, it can unsettle you as you try to rejoin the track. Some unfortunate incidents can result. We don't know how vicious that's going to be. It's the first time V8SCOPS is visiting Sandown Raceway. Dan Hall will be hoping to make his impression on that first visit. The Evolution Racing Team 7 Evolution Racing teams this year. That's quite a lot of them there.
yeah, they've been pretty strong here in terms of numbers, although they don't quite beat Sim Racing this year. We have double digits SSR teams. Now, in a normal world, we would just simply use a couple of Evolution Racing teams. Sim Racing was 2 particular examples, but we did sort of set things up to try and sort of help with the scoring on the back end, thanks to the fact that this year we're using manually created spreadsheets to do the points, and therefore you need to divvy up all the drivers into pairings of 2 to make sure that the scoring all checked out there without too much of a fuss. Checkered flag flies on the warm-up session, Ryan, which means we can now head to the grid for our first race this evening. Super Split 2 here from the Too Easy Finance Sandown with the sprint as here come our first cars for the grid. And first up, we're going to look here at our front six. James Chestnut and Paul Young going to make it Banter Alliance Racing 1 and 2 tonight. Lock out the front row here to start things off. David Kirby and Zach Rattay-Wright are going to start off a third and fourth. Jordan Siberus and Ben Christensen will share row number 3. Out of 7th and 8th place, you're going to see Craig Schultz alongside him with Aaron Gilbert. As coming off the back of a really dominant run and some good maybe eye-in preparation with the older cars, 2014 spec cars, and the V8SCOPS Support Series on Friday night. Thanks to Logitech G there. So see what Gilbert can do from a P8 start. Cameron Jones and Simon Chavik to round out your top 10 there, Ryan, with Stephen Kokoschke and Cameron Veacock going to round out or take up row number 6.
Well, here we go. For the first time in V8SCOPS history, we're going racing at Sandown. Chastano from the pole doesn't get the best launch. It's his teammate that will lead us down into turn number 1. Paul Young with the whole shot and the outside and the racing line, but he fires it wide up over the curb. They both go chaos, absolute chaos in the background. Half the field involved in that accident. That'll take quite a few virtual racing score replays to unfold. Up front though, it's Paul Young from Chastano. Rattay-Wright in third ahead of Christensen. Up to 4th. He's had a good start. Up to, there's more chaos, Dan, on the exit of turn 2. I think we might be seeing a safety car. There's a move at Dandenong Road. Christensen under fire. How's that worked out? That was very bold. And they've got through the first lap unscathed in the top 5. Everyone else though, Dan, a bit of damage.
A bit of damage is putting it mildly there, my word. I was just taking my eyes away for a second to try and sort something else out off screen, and I thought, okay, turn 1's happened. Maybe we'll take a chance to breathe. But no, unfortunately, turn 4 happened next. You see here, cars limping back to the lane. Heavy damage for some of them. We've got Riley Simons here in focus for a second, 78 with ABC Transit Machine. And brings car back to the lane. Pretty hefty left side damage, although not as bad there as Ian Zhu in the 127 Pursuit Sim Racing Ford. That car has got a blown motor. As you can see here, our top 2 make it, well, top 5, as you said. Actually, no, fourth 6. The top 6 there, somewhat together. 2.8 seconds covering that group of cars as they wind up the hill. And I believe I just heard someone calling for a tow, potentially. Yeah.
How are we still green is my question. Everyone except Simon Mazzomo was able to get away. And Mazzomo's car ends up at Dandenong Road. And that's one of the places we didn't see a crash on the opening lap, so not too sure what happened to him. He's been given permission to tow, so we will not have a safety car on the opening 2 laps of this 41-lap race. It is a long race, about 200 kilometers in length. And a good start for the team cars out front. But Chastanov will be hunting that split 1 promotion. Won't be too happy that his teammate jumped him. Here we go. Let's unravel the story of lap 1 with some virtual racing school replays. Sluggish off the line for your 3rd and 5th place cars. They're already 4 or 5 wide, firing down into turn 1. It's just a case of 4 into 1 doesn't go. There's too many cars overcommitted down there, locking up on cold tires and just can't get it stopped. And it's just not really anywhere for anyone to go. That's more mess on the exit of turn 3. I mean, it's a tight track. As soon as someone has an accident, there's going to be more people involved.
Yeah, it's just been absolute bedlam as there's more troubles on the live pitches down at Dandenong Road. And eventually they're going to pick up more troubles for the 927. Andrew Ritchie there, unfortunately. He's gone around at turn 3. Meanwhile, I think I've just seen a lapped car with Ian's due in the 127's actually tripped up Zach Rattay-Wright down at Dandenong Road. So that Cameron Jones through into P3 in the background of the shot there as the top 2, the Banter Alliance duo of Paul Young and James Chastanoff, now starting to really break away from the rest of the top 6 who were still following them early on. That's what seems to have happened. I'm going to try and quickly look back at what happened with those guys in the back part of the group. Just really seem to pick apart what happened. All of a sudden, they've come across Ian Zhu at the top of turn 6, and Rattay-Wright had to actually cut the track down through 7 and 8, and then tried to get round the 127 and just kind of got walked. That's what broke the entire group, but I'll talk about that later because, yeah, there's still plenty of action going here on the screen. That was a battle there for 18th place with David Coleman leading the train. Then we've got this group here from 13th through to 16th here line, going 2 by 2 down the backstretch.
2 by 2 up to the top of the hill. A couple people going to have to lift off here. Mulford from Skelbeck, then McKnight slotting into 15th ahead of Bradbury at the back of the pack. Little lock up, but late on in the piece, gets away with it at the front of this energised group of race cars. Craig Schultz, further up the road, just made a mistake. He was very shallow exiting the final corner. There's another mistake. That one's from Matt Whitaker in Fishing Motorsports. The Ford Mustang, what's happened to him? I'm going to take a guess, Daniel. He's locked up. Or was there contact? Very close together, heading to the top of the hill. Was it the car rejoining? It was, but I wouldn't put that on the rejoining car there. I think that 823 is just misjudged at the right side of that car, Dan. And that is Schultz out of the last corner. There was contact as they raced for 5th place, forced him off the road and through the escape, through the runoff area, escaping out the other side.
Thankfully, is able to escape out the other side, indeed, as we go back to line just with Christensen there. Currently sitting now on his own, somewhat in the top 4 just ahead of him. Still up inside 1.7 seconds for those drivers. Christensen there at 3.3 as they come across the line to start lap number 6. And the other driver on that replay was the Infinity Motorsport machine of Jack Anderson. And yeah, I would agree with that assessment. As trouble for Isaac Edwards down at Dandenong Road. Unfortunately, that's not the first time I've said that this weekend. He had some troubles in the 2-litre Tourers race where he was involved. He's called.
And I'm going to cut you off.
Yeah, we should
cut you off because we've got a good battle. That's a good battle at the front. The top 3 were nose to tail, but contact there between the 3rd place car of Cameron Jones to the back of Chastanoff, sent him wide, cost them both a bit of time. Now they're bump drafting to the top of the hill. Chastanoff at turn 6 leads them through. Is there going to be a dive here from Jones? No, there's not. But Zach Rattray White looking to get involved. So this is going to quickly become a 4-car battle. It looked as if Paul Young was starting to fall into the clutches of his teammate and company. So expect that to potentially happen again here if Chastanoff can get a lap or 2 without the pressure from the cars behind. On board with your race leader then as he fires down into turn number 1. Down the gears. Drives around that inside curb. Hits the exit nicely. And a hop and a skip through turns 2 and 3. He's going to have to do a lot of defending if he can't find a little bit more pace here. There's still 36 laps to go in this race.
Yeah, it is a long one there. 35 back at the line when they started lap number 7. And we can see these guys make their way up the hill. Turn 6 once more. And you can see here, really pushing the limits as they come over 7 and 8 there. Plenty of curb usage as they come down the hill. And then on the exit once again is, Christensen off in the gravel there in the background is shot. He'll drop in behind Craig Schultz, who just has to dodge out of the way there on the exit of the turn at his full speed and momentum off of the corner exit there. So, well, if there needed to be a redress, perhaps that's all clear, as that is the 393 of Simon Vella. I think through on Jack Anderson. Yes, it is indeed through on Jack Anderson there at the end of the backstretch. Right, so the number 11 machine does drop back another spot, as it's also on behind Jordan Siberus in the 093, leading Stead Miller and Alex Court here for 24th place.
All going on everywhere you look, as always in V8SCOPS. There is action aplenty. We jump back on board with Cameron Jones sitting in 3rd, and he'll be seeing that race leader get a bit closer to him again, because Chastanoff has put his head back down, starting to reel in to the back of his teammate. It's actually very hard when you're tucked up behind that rear wing to get it right up at turn 6. You've got to pick your brake marker, but then you've got to pick your entry point. When do you turn in? Very easy to misjudge that and fire it wide, which is why we see so many mistakes there in close quarters combat. Let's stick with this battle for a couple laps here and see how this unfolds, because it has the hallmarks of a battle that is about to erupt. Let's check the lap times. Last time by for Paul Young, a 107.8. For James Chastanet, a 107.6. So a couple tenths quicker. Cameron Jones, another tenth quicker on top of that. And you can see the hurry up he's giving to the back of Chastanet, out of turn 1, over the curbs. Thought about a little lunge into turn 4, but it's not really an overtaking opportunity unless that preceding car has made quite a big mistake.
I think while Chasta will be willing to play rear gunner, you see those times on the board. I think Cameron Jones at this point happy to stay in third. Nope, he
Big
won't.
dive.
He'll go through the dive at the inside of turn 6. Chastanet tries to hang on to the spot, but that's taken through to turn 6. It's going to open the door to Zach Rattay-White there in the 15 machine. Going to try to get up the inside of Chasty. And nope, that's not going to happen there. Chasty around the outside will hang on to third place at least, but I was just thinking maybe Cameron there maybe just sits for a second and uses Chastanet to push up.
Safety car's being called. So that move comes at the right moment for Cameron Jones. It was bold and decisive. He left Chastanet no option but to yield. And the safety car comes out just moments later. I believe car 59, the one being told to hold station, potentially the culprit for our first safety car intervention of the day. And look at them all dive into the pits. Now the race leaders, they'd already gone by the pit lane when this safety car came out. So there's a whole lot of people able to capitalize here as we take a look at our virtual racing score replay. There's the 59 car. Dan, what's happened to him?
Watch it here. Under brakes on the downshifts. Is that enough of a guess to tell you what might have happened, Ryan? And poof. Unfortunately there for Braden Shute in the 59 machine, I believe making his V8SCOPS one of his first V8SCOPS races, if not his first this year at the very least. Blows the motor, downshifting into turn 1. Does pull off the road, but race control deciding that yes indeed that is safety car worthy as your leaders swing around. And actually look at this, under the safety car, Cameron Jones has closed up quite a bit there to Paul Young, so going to negate the gap that needed to be overtaken at this point in time. As we check in here with the drivers who have already pitted, Ben Christensen is the leader of that group, and his teammate Aaron Gilbert has gotten out in second, well, net second potentially. We'll see here though what happens compared to the leaders. They are finishing up their stops. Paul Young will get back out in first. Cameron Jones will follow him out, as will Chastanet, Rattay-White, and Craig Schultz. So we're top 5 as they were, apart from Christensen as he comes to pick up the field. I think he's going to lose a spot though. No, pardon me. Christensen ahead of Schultz. Just. So your top 6 as they were before the pit stop there.
So the safety car has picked up 18th placed Jordan Sibaris here. So there's going to be a bit of shuffling happening.
Stay on the camera here at turn 4 if we can. I think I've found the reason we might actually also be under safety car. There's a second car stricken at turn 4.
There's one.
Oh, never mind. Isaac Edwards has actually had a second incident under separate incident under safety. What has happened to you?
Finding trouble under safety car.
And
Never something you want to be shown on the broadcast, but I think we're going to do it. What's happened to Isaac? Whoa, just too much of the curb. And sends him into a loop. Does a good job to lock it down before he hits the fence, but then he drives into the fence anyway. That's unfortunate. Just getting out of the way of those cars coming through.
Yeah, well, where else is he going to go? Like, at that point, it's actually getting out of the way is the reasonable thing that can be done. But I mean, yeah, unfortunately, that's not the first time I've seen an incident for Isaac under a safety car here at Sandown once again this weekend. So really, not having the greatest of racing adventures might actually start being tally up to the misadventures of this weekend here. But with the safety car out, he is in the train and currently in position number 30 and has actually gone a lap down in the process of all that as well, thanks to the fact that he's now the first car and the only car currently 1 lap off of everybody else. Thanks to that moment there, Ryan, as Jack Anderson going to come back to the pit lane despite having pitted at the first opportunity under the safety car here. Maybe a little tight on fuel. No, just not enough fresh set of tyres, it seems there. 10.5 seconds. So just looking to really freshen the car up, but that will put him in behind lap traffic, I believe.
They should be able to make it pretty comfortably here. Now, Alex Corp, he has not pitted for After Dark Sim Racing, car 44. And despite that, he's up to 9th. Started 26, so he's up 15. It's a good... Started 25th, apparently. It's a good gain for him. Of course, the timing of that safety car meant that our leaders were able to pit a lap after everyone else and hold on to their positions. It didn't allow Alex Corp to jump everyone. But we'll keep an eye on him and see how his race plays out from here. Still just under 30 laps to go here at Sandown Raceway. We are here. I'm going to get a restart this lap. So pace car, safety car peeling away. Check off those oval habits. It's a safety car, not a pace car. And Paul Young will have control of the field. And he won't be too pleased to see Cameron Jones behind him and not his teammate, because I think the attack might be a little bit more aggressive from Cameron Jones than it would have been from Chastanov. Of course, they can't overlap until the apex of the final corner. They can't pass until the start-finish line. And Jones, Young, can go whenever he wants now. So safety car is back in pit lane. He's in control.
All right, brings it into 11 and 12. Gonna set us up for the exit here of 12. He does indeed. Jones gonna try and go with him, but a nice second stage exit there from that final proper turn. We go green once again here at Sandown for Super Split 2. Lap 13 is going to get underway here of 41, 29 laps on the board still to go. A single file for your top 10 or thereabouts going to file on through, and indeed single file all the way down the order until we get to some of our lap cars. The 76, that was 78, apologies of Riley Simmons just stepping aside there for anyone on the lead lap. Unfortunately for Riley, 7 laps down thanks to his damage picked up on lap number 1. But
it's on for the lead.
Indeed, good second stage this opening lap from Cameron Jones, closing up towards Paul Young here on the backstretch.
Now the important thing here is to not be too desperate. You've got a lot of laps left to run. You don't have to make your move straight away and force an overtake that isn't really there for the taking. But of course, the whole field is lined up behind them. And Jones will be acutely aware of that. He'll want to get out front and start to build a gap. This looks like the quickest car in the opening stages of this race. A little slide on the exit from Paul Young. That might put him under some pressure by the time they get down to turn 1. Jones is closing in under the slipstream, pulls out, but he will not go for the move on this lap. Closes up under the brakes, over the curb. Jones shadowing every move that Young makes here. And this exit's crucial. If he can power out of turn 4 with some gusto, he should be able to utilize that slipstream, maybe replicate the move he made on Chastanov. But it was a better exit for Young there. He did an exceptional job of powering away from that corner. And Jones won't have an opportunity on this lap. He's got to be careful as well because Chastanov is sticking right with them. The top 3 starting to break away here, Dan.
They are ever so slightly. Rate White there, P4. He can get back up to speed here and ride with this lead group. And that's going to be crucial for him here. Let's see if under more pressure from Ben Christensen, Craig Schultz, Aaron Gilbert. Back Zach Steve hanging on. So it's a top 8 covered by less than 4 seconds at this point in the race. And it was interesting to see indeed, just being guys issues with Taylor Serrano in the background, and indeed off into the gravel at turns 11 and 12. The 155 machine running a bespoke pursuit sim racing design for this weekend at the very least. Here, Ryan seems to have come quite a bit unstuck there. Now drops back into P29, last of our lead lap drivers.
Yeah, significant damage to that car. He'll probably have to bring it to pit road. I don't think that thing is going to be handling too nicely for him after that contact. But it means we will stay green as he was able to drive away from the scene of the accident. It's a little bit closer than he was last lap. Still not close enough. He needs to be right under that rear wing if he wants to pull a move down at the top of the hill.
Oh, further back! Pardon me. Oh, my word, there we go. You pick it up indeed. Cameron Veacock going for the ride of his life. Somehow didn't lose control and didn't bin Simon Vella in the Century Motorsports 393 there. They all get through it, and Steve Kokoschke wants on through as well. He'll actually give a bit of a hip check there to Vella. But yes, apologies. My camera flipped to it as we're talking about the leaders and all kinds of crazy at the end of the back stretch here, Ryan.
Well, let's unpack it. Was it a late move? Similar to what Jones tried to make? Or did he
out of
just
control? Oh, okay.
wide? Just boulder wide, rejoined over the curb, exactly what I spoke about. Great evasive action there. Hats off, that is a great effort to avoid a crash. And then they almost made, well, they did make contact there. We'll go on board here with Veacock.
So I only saw the second phase where Veacock was loose. I actually missed that initial part with Vella running wide at 6, and that explains a whole lot there. So indeed, Vella wide, Veacock goes into a gap that disappears. Both cars able to gather it back up there in the process, thankfully. And then Kokoschke slips on through as well to take a place as we head back to live pitches.
Jones,
Should go back to the lead indeed, because it's
Jones
on again.
right there. I thought he was close enough to make a move at that very scene of the replay we just saw a lap ago, but he elected to lift off and not go for it. So he is showing some patience here, but he can't afford to be too patient. Look at Chastanov. They're almost bumper to bumper, the top three, as they head over the curbs and back on to the back straight. But this is the lap, I think. Jones is right underneath that rear wing. He's going to get a bit of a tow up the hill, and Young will have to surely defend that inside. Don't let Jones get to the inside. He forces him to go to the outside. And Jones is smarter than that. He knows that's not going to work. But he might try to cross back for turn 11. Not close enough. Chastanov looking to get amongst the party. The top 6, 7, top 10 really, are all starting to close back up to each other. Paul Young's the cork in the bottle right now, but he is doing a good job. He's not making any mistakes, and he's hitting his marks.
He is, and this is, every time we have moments like that, compressing this group of cars, once again, bringing Aaron Gilbert into the equation. We'll start bringing Zach Skin, even Alex Court, still holding on in the back of this group here, and he's been able to break away from the cars behind, who should be catching him down on fresh tyres, as well as you see there a little more aggression from Jones through the first couple of turns. See, though, who gets the run off of turn 4? The answer is, I reckon, Jones a little more square on the exit. This might be his turn. He's, again, right underneath the rear wing already. There's trouble further back for Dan Hall at turn 3, but we stay with our lead fight here. And this time, Young does not cover off the inside. Nose given by Cameron Jones alongside under brakes here. The place is surely now his, as Young will try and hang on around the outside, but will have to concede that spot there. And as a result, actually balks the entire group, forcing Chastanev to get on the brakes early. It forces Rate White on the brakes early, who nearly loses the spot to Ben Christensen, in the process, but they get back to the way they were, and now it is Cameron Jones's turn to try and break away. He already has at least 2 car lengths in between him and Paul Young here, Ryan.
Feels like a mistake from Paul Young. He did it the previous lap. He knew he just had to do that again, but for whatever reason, he didn't choose to cover that inside on this lap, and as a result, Jones gets to the front, and with the pace he showed, should start to pull a gap. Now, what will go on between the teammates here? Will Christensen feel that he can get up after Jones and fight for the win if his teammate Young will just let him go? Because right now he's being held up. He's about as balked up behind it, that rear wing as Jones was. Chastanov will be hungry to make a move. On board with the EMU Sim Racing man who started on pole position, couldn't convert off the line, dropped back to second, then back to third, looking to get one of those spots back. I'd say right behind, goes extremely deep into the corner and pulls it up. He's got some great braking performance at the bottom of the hill. That'll come in very handy if he finds himself looking to make a lunge down there. And again, look at that. Look how much he closes up through the chicane.
Yeah, it is a good turn of pace through the lower speed corners here. The number 15, Zach Rate White. Although down the front stretch here, not close enough to keep the pressure on James Chastner, but does therefore release the pressure on himself from Ben Christensen behind. Enough of a gap back to not worry about that just yet. Alex Court still running here out on track and still hanging on to this top 9 group now. As you can see, got Zach Ski directly in front and only 5 seconds off the lead of the race still, despite not having taken his compulsory pit service, which is good at this stage and really, really handy if there's another safety car that comes out, because he'll lose a little bit less time with the gap behind at about 5 seconds to David Coleman in P10 currently. But the longer this race goes on, the worse it probably gets for him here. Probably could do with a safety car in the next couple of laps, split the race right down the middle thereabouts on his tyre strategy, and then try and make his way through the field with fresher tyres in the second half of this race.
Now that Jones has got clean air, he's lapping about 1/4 of a second quicker than those behind him. He's just done 2 at 1 minute 7.5s in a row. Young a 7.7 and then a 7.6, responding slightly on that lap, but not enough to shut the gap back down. It's still only 7/10 of a second, so it's still anyone's game here, and still a bit of pressure on Jones not to make a mistake, because if he does, he will probably lose a spot. They're that close to the back of him. Multiple spots at that top 5, still running nose to tail with Ben Christensen at the back of the group. Craig Schultz trying to hang on to the battle as well as we go a little bit further back in the field and pick up the 777 car of Michael Taliantich. He's moved up 4 spots in this race, and he's on the back of the battle for 10th, which looks to be side by side. That's Tim Mulford with the momentum going around the outside of Mickelson. That's for 11th place. Mickelson misjudges it. Up behind the back of Mulford, almost went wide, locks up at the bottom of the hill as well. McKnight thought about getting involved. Taliantich sees it all unfold and says, I wonder if you just make that mistake in front of me, please, and I'll get another spot. There's a lot of lockups going on in this group. It's now become a 5-car fight. Cameron Veacock joining the party. It's amazing that Veacock is even still in this race, because he had no right to save that car earlier.
But alas, he did. So he shall carry on and try and keep working his way back to at least where he started this one, which was P12. So currently a bit of a recovery drive effort from the 87 Synergy Sim Racing machine. That's the next group of cars, starting with Robbie Bradbury in 21st. We focus in on Stead Miller, who's up behind the tail of Andrew Ritchie, just in behind there. Dan Hall getting all kinds of out of shape through turn 1. Unfortunately for Dan, he was up towards the back of the top 10 earlier on, and a small mistake. Turns 2 and 3 saw him around and now back here in the mid-20s. As these guys work up the hill, Miller has dropped off the rear of Ritchie, and now it's side by side between Crawford and Hall to turn 6 inside. It should be well and truly out there. Dan Hall's, and indeed Stuart Crawford will somewhat try and hang around the outside, but once again, getting too wide through turn 6 right, it's just not going to work here, especially in these kinds of cars. As Rate White under pressure for P4 here as we come into turn 1.
Christensen behind, running very wide. Misses a couple apexes in a row there, but luckily for him, he can't pass at the chicane. And so Schultz has to bide his time. Just taking note of the gap between the leaders, it's still 7/10 of a second. Cameron Jones is not stretching at the moment. Fastest car of that top 3 is Chastanov in 3rd. The other thing to be wary of is how much of Jones' speed was exaggerated by that slipstream effect up the hill, because as I mentioned, you're going uphill, so the engines are having to work a little bit harder to get up the hill there. They're punching a hole in the air, and that means it's a little bit more powerful than it would be on a regular straight like this one down the front end of Sandown Raceway in front of the big grandstand on top of the grass hill to the right there.
Well, every little bit will count around here, and may just be a case of Jones feeling comfortable enough to sort of ease off the pressure ever so slightly, as indeed lap 23, or end of I should say, start of 24, then Alex Court will throw the white flag in the air and say my pit service is required now. That will see him drop a long way down the order. In fact, despite it being a couple of seconds clear, everyone else will actually drop all the way back to P number 26 at the moment. Probably P28 here as Lindsay Hobbs and Jack Anderson should get by. Almost. Yes, they will. Anderson will slide across the nose there, actually, with a little bit of a wobble through turn 1. But that does now put the number 44 After Dark Sim Racing machine as the last car on the lead lap of this race there, Ryan.
And it's promoted that gargantuan battle between Mulford and co. up to P10. Mulford, Nicholson, McKnight, Taliantich makes a mistake, gets away with it. Vcock will look for the over-under. Good exit. Oh, gets sideways though, saves it again. And that's going to allow Gilbeck to have a big run. Benefit of the slipstream from Taliantich in front. He should clear him before they even get to the braking zone here. Vcock, will he think about fighting back? No, he won't. Because look how deep Skillbeck goes. Too deep. Into the side of Taliantich. All three of them go for a slide. Vcock saved it again. He gets through both of them. Vela sneaks through. Taliantich rejoins behind him. And the culprit to the incident, Skillbeck, loses the most. I think he might get away without a penalty because of that. As Koshki picks up the pieces and gained 3 spots for his troubles. Good little first half of lap for him.
Yeah, he did. Cameron Vcock deciding that joining the drift competition at turn 1 was more his style there. I think, yeah, just gets away with just a brush on the to his right side panels and carries on his merry way with only a spot lost to Kokoschki in all that. We're going to have a look at another virtual race school replay. Zakski was ahead of David Coleman. That is no longer the case. We'll see here into turn number 9 at Dandenong Road, just a little bit too deep into the turn. And then, power slides off the curb and actually bumps into Coleman. Thankfully, that seems to be about all that's happened there. And, oh my goodness, we're going back to life, which is their Ski. Really starting to struggle with the rear tyres there on the exit of turn 1 line.
Yeah, getting to the stage where overdriving the car is going to leave you short-sighted at the end when it comes to your tyre wear. Still amazed at some of the saves we've seen in this race, all from Vcock mostly. It's been a pretty wild one out there. These cars have been out for quite some time now. Everyone's got a handle on how to drive these things sideways, even if that isn't particularly conducive to quick lap times. Picking up that battle again between Ski and the 111. Well, neither of them is the 111, so the 333 and the 640. Ski and the 333. Trying to find a way by Coleman. Update at the front of the field. It's just under a second. It's blown out slightly, but let's not go there. Let's look at this battle.
Oh, word. Simon Vell, the 393 Century Motorsports machine, has a big skid out of turn 12. The reason we come back here is Cameron Vcock getting by on Stephen Kokoschki out of turn number 9. But then drag race at turn 1. Vell is going to lose that one out to Taliantich, who goes around the outside under brakes there to secure that move. But another case of a driver really lighting up the rears and struggling a bit. See if that hurts that Century Motorsports Mustang for the next couple of turns while the tyre temperatures are a bit superheated. Looks like to me at this point, well, not under a huge amount of pressure from Damien Cairns, so I think it'll be okay for the time being. Now have a look at this here. This was obviously a bigger battle pack. It is now down to just 3 here for 10th. Tim Mulford, Jack Mickelson, and Jamie McKnight. As but what, Cameron Vcock's taken a trip to the fence and blown the engine in the process too.
Too many bites of the cherry. Couldn't save it that time. Virtual Racing School replay will tell us what happened as we look at Dandenong Road. And yeah, there was no saving that. Big impact with the Armco barrier. It says goodbye to the engine. Just took too much of that first curb at the top of the hill, and it set him on the wrong path all the way down to the bottom of that roller coaster ride for Vcock. Up at the front, last couple of laps have been pretty good for Jones. He's started to stretch out from Young. It's now out to 1.2 seconds. Chastanov still tucked in behind his teammate. And a car on the fence. Is that Taliantich? It is.
Taliantich. Things were getting incredibly heated with Stephen Kokoschki just a moment ago. And we probably want to pick up the Virtual Racing School replay, maybe go all the way back to turn 1 and down the front straightaway if we can. But this is the moment that set it all off in particular here. So trying to get up the inside of Kokoschka. Kokoschka gives space. Oh, there's been trouble at turn 9 for Damien Cairns whilst we're looking at this replay as well. And unfortunately there. So it starts here at turn 1, Ryan. Kokoschka up the inside, slides over into Taliancic, and then they nudge and bump there to turn 2. Tally trying to fight for it. Kokoschka does a bit of a off-roading through the inside of turn 3, trying to go back to the inside. Just a whole lot of aggression, and it all boils over, putting the 777 in the fence.
Messy from all of them. Kokoschka out of control. Taliancic lets his temper get the better of him, I think, and impatient to move the turn 4 that was never on. They all check up, and Simon Vella had nowhere to go, into the back of them. Awkward. Very awkward. As this is Cairns down at turn 9. We called this out a moment ago. The old 2-1-2, there you go, from the car behind.
Jordan Siverus there in the 093 machine. Might just be had another look at that one there as well. And that all happens actually because Simon Vella are the drivers. Again, a little wide at turn 6 at the top of the hill. Just potentially opening an opportunity there, but then as it turned out, Cairns was going to try and play the long game. Roll on out and back on up. We go back to live pitches, back to the front of your field because James Chastaneff still not through on Paul Young. Apparently happy to keep riding P3. That was a little deep off the curb into turn 4. That's going to potentially give Zach Rattay-White here a chance if he's gotten enough drive off of turn 4, but I don't think he has this time, Ryan. So they'll head up the hill roughly equidistant apart there, 2nd, 3rd, 4th on your road. But Cameron Jones just a little bit further away each time I check in on him. Lap time stable so far for the most part. Fastest car on track was Christensen P5 last time around.
Yeah, Jones punching out 7.5s, occasionally dipping to a 7.7. As he just... He's blown the motor! Jones just blew the motor from the lead of the race! On the downshifts, too aggressive, into the penultimate corner, and he's thrown away what was looking so good for him. Unbelievable. Here's the replay. I mean, not much to unpack. He's just too aggressive. Listen.
I am, well, shocked. That is something I was not expecting to see from the front of the field here. All fine, all under control, happily leading, and then just brings it down here and, yeah, bang, bang, bang off the gears, and the engine says, yeah, no more, Chief. I can't take that all race long. But, well, Paul Young, ball's back in your court, sir.
Yeah, this plays out. So now the teammates are battling for the win, for promotion to split 1. And this little group is going to become a lot more energized at that fact. Young trying to fend off Chastaneff. Rattay-White in 3rd, Christensen in 4th. Looking like a 4-way fight as they come to the line. 10 laps to go in Super Split 2. The gap at the line, 0.4 of a second between the teammates, 0.9 back to 3rd, 1.5 back to 4th as a penalty comes up for the 091 of Vincent Skilbeck. Oh, look behind. We're looking to get a move on. Late dive. Rattay-White overcooked it, trying to defend over the curb. Christensen's giving him the hurry up into turn 4, and again out of turn 4. He's also onto sideways. Christensen's going to have a big run on him coming up the hill to turn 6. Immediately, Rattay-White covering the inside. Christensen getting large in the mirrors and using that slingshot and the momentum to go to the outside. Can he get it turned? Just about. And takes away 3rd place. But that's cost them both a lot of time to the leading duo. And it's brought Craig Schultz into the fight.
Or trouble further elsewhere on track at turns 2 and 3. Alex Court and Damien Cairns. Small moment get together. And then there was a separate moment that I was watching as well, involving, I believe it was Dan Hall with Stead Miller down at turn number 9. So, yeah, it was popping off there whilst we were watching that fight for 3rd place at the same time, Ryan. So, all kinds of action, but inside 9 laps to go now for the drivers here at the front of the field. When you've got a margin now, it isn't much, don't get me wrong, 2 seconds at most between Chastaneff in 2nd and Ben Christensen now released into 3rd. But does he start thinking about being the one to try and take the win here? Do these guys have a deal between them, or are we going to see everything on the line, no team orders today between the Banter Alliance duo? There's, of course, only one driver, as you said, Ryan, can make it through to split one tonight. Question is, who wants it more?
We're going to go right to the edge of time certainty as well. 10 minutes left on the race clock. 9 laps left in the race. Lap times coming in at 1 minute 7. I think we should be fine. Should be okay.
It should be good, because also, yeah, don't forget that the in-game timer, obviously we'll bring the timer up on screen, 10.5 minutes at the start-finish line. That should do us, because yeah, there's an extra minute that needs to be accounted for due to the gridding process. Is the race session timer in iRacing for us, at least, starts counting from 0 when the gridding procedure begins. So the in-game or the overlay clock here is more critical, is the accurate number that we need to pay attention to. So yeah, close, but we should be good, because with 7.5 laps to go, 10 minutes then change on the board. Should be all good there as these two continue to work their way up the hill. The gap is still 2 seconds back to Ben Christensen. So maybe it's just a case of these two doing their thing, nose to tail here for another 3, 4, 5 laps. Then you let the shackles off and decide who's going to have a scrapple. Do you wait even to the final lap? There's little opportunity to the cars behind to catch up, and only give yourself 1 or 2 chances to have a proper go at it here. So many options and potential here that are yet to be seen.
Who owns the team? Is it either of these two? It's not an owner-driver situation.
I don't believe so, but look, I can certainly be open to being corrected
Oh,
here.
he's run wide. Young's run wide. Chastanov thought about looking the long way around at the chicane. Realised there's no opportunity there, but that's an early sign. Young under pressure. Makes the mistake. Drops it. The wrong side of the curb at turn 1. Jason Fewins in the YouTube chat says no team orders over there.
And look who's closed up in the background whilst that one little moment happened. Ben Christensen says, thank you. I'll take a second of your margin. Just like that. This easily is going to become a 3-car race. Oh, trouble. Down at turn 12, Lindsay Hobbs and the number 27 Excalibur Esports machine is going to come back to the racetrack actually and keep on going as the leaders will file on by here with 6 to go. That Commodore there, right side of the screen, definitely was already battered and bruised from the earlier chaos of this race, but
so
picked up a couple more wounds to his
previous lap, Dan, 108.6 for the top 2, 107.6 for Ben Christensen in 3rd. Can he sneak up here and steal the win? The gap's 9/10 of a second. In fact, the gap's not existent. He's there. Christensen is in this fight. As soon as these top 2 drivers get side by side, or as soon as Young defends a corner, Christensen is going to be playing with fire on the back of James Chastanov's car.
Just comes into shot there for a fraction at the bottom of the chopper cam. But,
he's got to make a move, Chastanov, in second. He's got the pace. He looks like he's had the pace all race. But maybe just not wanting to be too aggressive against a teammate. You're fighting for a spot in split 1. How badly do you want it? Go race with the big dogs. We've got SVG and Kostecki out there today. 5 to go. Here at Sandown. Super Split 2. Putting on a show. I mean, doesn't it ever? Chastanov pulls out. Big dive down into turn number 1. And that looks almost too easy. Is Young going to fight back on the exit? No. He gets sideways. Christensen has to check up. And Chastanov's gone through. That looked... I don't want to say that was team orders going one way or the other, but that looks way too easy for Christensen. For Chastanov, sorry.
Sure did, but I think... maybe, yeah, not team orders necessarily, but maybe just a bit of courtesy there. Paul Young acknowledging that he doesn't have the pace to win this one today, and that maybe might be best for the team, generally speaking.
Didn't need to.
Trade the places around here.
He just needed to defend.
And maybe, yes, put Paul Young into more of a rear gunner position for these final 4 laps and change. The come down to the last couple of turns. Once again, traffic ahead on the road for Chastanet. That may become critical for this group of cars. You can see here, it's still our top 6 who are going to be involved. Lindsay Hobbs is still circulating around, but unfortunately finding more of the gravel there at Dandenong Road. As it's 4 to go now for your leaders. Into turn 1 they come. First bit of traffic for Chastanet is going to be Isaac Edwards and Ian Ju in the 105 and 127 machines respectively.
Fastest car, top 4. The man in 4th. Rate White has joined the fight. 7.7. 4 tenths quicker than the leader. 1.3 seconds quicker than Paul Young. Now, Isaac Edwards and Ian Zhu up ahead. What role are they going to play in how this one pans out? There'll be 3 to go when they get to the line. They will certainly get to this lap traffic. Half a second, the gap between the teammates. Chastanet looks comfortable as long as Christensen doesn't find a way by Young. I don't think Young, well, we know Young hasn't got the pace. Oh, Christensen deep, that's a mistake. Just avoids hitting the back of Young. He had everything locked up in that car. It's going to hurt him on the exit though. Here comes Rate White looking for a podium. They almost bang doors down the straight. They are wheel to wheel as they head towards turn 1. Isaac Edwards staying well out of the way on the left-hand side of that front straight. Another huge lock-up for Christensen. He's going straight ahead. He exits stage right. Falls back to 5th behind Craig Schultz. There are still 6 drivers covered by 3.4 seconds at the end of this race.
And there's now less than 3 laps to sort this out. Does Rate White have anything left for your top 2? On that last lap, they're just having to negotiate the final couple of corners with Christensen. He did not. So we'll see if this changes things. But going to be quite the gap to overcome there for the number 15 machine. It might just be here that the fight is now between Craig Schultz and Ben Christensen here for 4th position. So round Dandenong Road.
It looks like Young's closed back in on this lap, actually. The gap was 8 tenths of a second. It's certainly not 8 tenths of a second now. It's 6 tenths. Getting close to half a second between them. Is there yet another twist to come at the end of this race? But we talked about fuel. Is that a factor? Are they playing with their fuel mileage a little bit as well? As both of them missed the apex of turn 1. Ian Zhu up ahead. He's going to add a couple Ks onto the speed of Chastanet when he gets to the braking zone at the top of the hill. Got to account for that. Don't blow by your brake marker. Right now, Chastanet is good if he doesn't make a mistake. He's got a 3/4 of a second advantage over his teammate. It's on for 4th place behind, pretty close. Schultz has got ahead of Christensen. But we'll keep our focus on the front. The gap closes as they fall down the hill and then opens up again as they get back on the power. It'll be 1 lap to go here, Dan, and Chastanet just has to keep it silky smooth.
That he does. That looks nice and tidy through turn 12. He will be the one to collect the white flag from Barney at the timing stand. 3 kilometres of racing left in Super Split 2 here this evening for the Too Easy Fly Sandown Split Sprint. Still got that lapped car of Ian Ju to negotiate potentially here. The question is, does Ju have just enough pace to maybe just keep the foot down? If he does, obviously that's advantage Chastanet because he'll be getting that little bit of slipstream as he closes up here, as you said last time, round 1. This time, though, I think close enough that it's going to maybe make that small difference here as he exits turn. Paul Young has dropped to nearly a second off of Chastanet. That's been an absolute horror show of an opening sector. Now it is Chastanet's race to lose here as he comes up and over the crest on the back stretch. Half a lap left in this one here, and well, I don't see him losing this one by virtue of turn of speed from behind. Down under brakes, nice and controlled into Dandenong Road. 1 final braking zone and 2 apexes to negotiate here as he brings it up to 11 and 12. He's not going to get that lap car. It may have just done him that little bit of service in the end. And after having to scrap for it there in the top 3, James Chastanet will be the man to see the checkered flag. He will win Super Split 2 here for the first V8 SCOPS race at Sandown, and he books his ticket to Split 1 later this evening.
It's a 1-2 finish for the team, but Chastanet's the one going to the big show. It's still going on here though. Caught on that alternate strategy, trying to get up to 15th ahead of Brenton O'Brien. Oh, pushing the limits over Dandenong. And wide, O'Brien makes a mistake, locks up, caught, trying to sneak up the inside. He's on the wrong side of the road. The outside for turn 12. Can he go round the outside? O'Brien is going to get a hit. He hits him and caught. I thought he was going to redress, but he won't. He'll take the spot and probably take the penalty.
Well, that was dicey there to the end. O'Brien just gets it refired now and pulls across in front of teammate Dan Hall there. That will send the number 026 back to position 21 at the end of that race. Actually, no, we'll take it further back. Apologies. We should see him down towards 22nd or 23rd. But we can talk about that in a second when the full results come through, and we'll put them up on screen when they do, such as right here, right now. So, indeed, 9 3/4 of a second, or 9 3/4 of a second, that is correct actually, goes to James Chaston of tonight here in Super Split 2, ahead of teammate Paul Young. Indeed, Banner Alliance Racing make that 1 and 2, and that is the way they started this race tonight. Zachary White will bring himself up into P3 at the end of that one, able to stay there, not quite had the speed, unfortunately, at the end of the race. Craig Schultz there, getting up into P4 to gain 3 spots for him tonight. Ben Christensen, unfortunately there, small error from him, puts him out of that podium fight contention. He'll have to settle for P5 ahead of teammate Aaron Gilbert in P6. David Coleman there in position number 7, one of our bigger movers, up 15 spots, ahead of Zach Ski in 8th in the 333 machine. Although your biggest movers tonight, Tim Mulford up 23 spots to P9, and Jack Mickelson up 25 spots, Ryan, to finish there in position number 10.
Some big movers in this field. Jamie McKnight getting up to 11th from 30th on the grid, ahead of Simon Vella, who had an extravagant race in 12th. Stephen Kokoschke, Andrew Ritchie, Alex Court. The alternate strategy earns him 15th, and it did look like Neko, that contact between him and O'Brien at the end, so he might get away with that. Robbie Bradbury comes up to 16th from 34th on the grid. Jordan Sybaris started 5th, ends up 17th, ahead of Vincent Skilbeck. Damien Cairns and Stuart Crawford rounding out your top 20, rounding out the cars in the lead lap. Taliantich, Hall, Anderson, Brenton O'Brien with that last lap tussle. And then everyone else a lap down or more, or running into dramas. A lot of people got caught up on lap 1 with quite a few shunts happening over the first few corners.
Indeed, Lindsay Hobbs, Isaac Edwards, David Kirby, Matt Whitaker, Riley Simmons, Ian Zhu there on that previous page, and then it was Stead Miller, Cameron Jones with that blown engine critically. One of the drivers there who did not get caught up in lap 1 melee, Ryan, but a rare and unexpected error there from Jones in the 019. Ends him back 32nd place tonight, and then Cameron Veacock, Teo Sorono, Braden Shute, Simon Chadwick, Simon Mazzomo, and Brady Baldwin, the final drivers to take to the race and have to retire early due to damage. That is going to be a short break for us now here in the commentary box. Stay with us on SimSpeed TV, and we'll be back soon for the main game here. Split 1 and qualifying coming up in 15 minutes time here from Sandown, the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season for Too Easy Finance, Sandown Split Sprint.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
And we're back with our coverage continuing here for the Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint here as part of the 2022 Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS calendar. Round 14 of 15 coming to the end of the year's action. Just one more round after this to go when we head to Road America in 3 weeks' time. My name's Daniel Yeaman. Ryan Jones joining us in the commentary box here at SimSpeed this evening, and filling in for Reese Garner. Unfortunately, unable to be with us this evening as he usually would be, unfortunately there. Hope to have him back soon. And Jake Kennedy on production here for this one tonight, as we're joined in the commentary box by Super Split 2 winner James Chasniff. Ryan, we're going to have a chat to James here before we get into qualifying for Top Split.
Well, let's have more of a PG-rated interview than one we had during the break there, Chastity. It's a good race for you. You were tucked up behind your teammate for a lot of it. Talk us through how that played out from your perspective.
It was, I guess, a pretty interesting race. Once Cameron sort of got past us, sort of thought he was just going to keep going. We knew our strategy, our setup was fairly good on tyres, so maybe later on in the race we might be able to come back. But unfortunate to him, his engine went. Feel pretty bad for him. And then, it was pretty much just the organisation before the race was just sort of hold position from the start. Paul got a really good start on me. And then, towards the end when Ben was sort of closing in, Paul started making a few mistakes, so we decided to just switch positions, and it sort of ended up the way that it was. So realistically, I was just keeping it on the track, and it all sort of fell my way, I suppose.
Yeah, we did wonder that move looked a little too easy to be a move for the win between two rivals duking it out. So team orders coming into play in the end just to preserve one of you getting into split one. Yeah,
pretty much, I guess. Paul sort of just said, just come through. We were actually going to do it the lap before, but I messed up the exit on the last corner of the lap before. So, luckily I kept the thing together before Ben caught us, and he managed to hold Ben off a bit for a while as well. So, it's nice. Really good to get a 1-2 between the two of us.
We saw a lot of drama on the opening lap. Were the cold tyres in particular a bit more tricky around Sandown? Is there a bit less grip available to you that you've got to navigate at the start of these races?
It's quite tricky, especially off the line as well. I really struggled to have any confidence to actually drop the clutch off. So I just didn't want to have any wheel spin. But things like that, and then off the safety car restart as well, you just got to be a little bit careful as well as the tyres sort of get the temperature. So it is a bit tricky, especially with the curves when you're running two wheels through some of these corners as well. It makes it a bit hard.
All right, well, qualifying for your next race of 3 tonight is about 10 minutes away, so we'll let you get back to your practice, your car. But before we let you go, who do you want to thank? Who gets it done for you?
Cheers. I just want to thank everyone in the chat. Braden for telling me to get back into the group because I completely misheard you guys, so that was pretty funny. All the guys at BAR, Banter Alliance Racing, our sponsors, VFS, Vehicle Finance Solutions, Day 21 Coffee, Grandview, Remedial Massage, LGC Images, One Sport Apparel, and there's a couple others, but I'll just leave it at those. And thanks to you guys. My family at home who generally watch, but they're out right now celebrating my sister's birthday, so happy birthday, Haley.
Well, a good birthday present for her perhaps.
I'm sure she doesn't care.
Well, go out and win split one. Maybe she'll care then. Good luck in the race.
Cheers guys, thank you.
James Chasanoff there, winner of Split 2, books his ticket to the main event. The main event where there's a champion to be crowned in just 3 races time, 2 tonight, 1 in a couple of weeks time. Daniel, these are the championship standings. Mathematically, 8 drivers still in contention, but realistically we're looking at Brady Myers, Wayne Burke and Jordan Ross.
That we are indeed. And the other thing to note is that we do have 2 drop rounds this year that aren't yet finalised. Tonight's racing and round can still be added into the calculations if any of our drivers towards the top here have a bit of a shocker. And that may adjust things going into that final race at Road America for 250 kilometres of single race action there. But indeed, it's coming down to the drivers who have been here all season long and kept scoring solidly from the get-go. And Brady Myers has been the one to catch this year, continuously putting in solid results. We've had a chance to talk to him several times now, thanks to a good handful of race wins. Endurance Cup season was a little bit rough for him. P2, it brightened up at Bathurst with P2 at the V8SCOPS Bathurst 1000. But now looking to turn things back around again here tonight, Ryan, and continue his strong form going forward to bring this season to a close.
Big year for Synergy Sim Racing, it seems. P2 through P5 occupied, and P10 as well for James Scott. It's been domination by numbers, as you mentioned to me at the start of the day, and teams standings for them will look pretty favourable, I dare say. But we are gearing up for qualifying, and it's going to be tricky. You've got to make sure you do more than one lap, more than one quick lap, because we've got 2 races tonight. Your fastest lap, of course, sets the grid for race 1, but your second fastest lap will determine where you start for race 2. The no escape rule is in effect, so if you do one lap and then have a crash, you're going to be starting from the back in race 2, even if you win the opener. So pressure filled. And also we're splitting this qualifying into 2 groups, if I'm not mistaken, just to help with traffic and congestion on what is a relatively short track, only 3.1 kilometers in length, 13 turns, and we've got 40 cars tonight. 41.
We do indeed. So yeah, those groups will be determined based on pre-qualifying results, in addition to James Chasanoff joining that first group, as well as we take another look at the track map here, starting with the Google Earth zoom down there with Australia, then the southeast of the country, and most of Victoria there, with a little bit of South Australia and New South Wales for good measure, and then we can bring it all the way in down through the suburbs of Melbourne to the Sandown International Motor Raceway and the horse race course in the inside, but nobody cares about that here. We're here for some petrol heads and petrol power tonight. And well, we covered it before the Split 2 race here. Deceptively simple looking track, many would say, but all of the curbs here ready to be used, but can be easily abused in turn and bite you back if you try a bit too much. Also, spots like the entry to turn 4, that big fat entry curb on the way up there is a nice option to use, but it can be very easy to get your right side tires over it onto the grass, and that will absolutely kill any kind of grip you've got out there, and very easy to therefore put yourself at risk of spinning out and into the tire bundles and the fence up at turn 4 in particular.
Yeah, and we saw lap 1 was as treacherous as we really ever see it. About half the field involved in incidents, miraculously not a safety car. In the opening couple of laps, it was Simon Mizomo who brought it out, I think, at the top of the hill. No, it wasn't Mizomo in the end, it was the 59 over at turn, in between turns 1 and 2 after blowing a motor. So hopefully we have a cleaner start to the night, and they'll set the tone for Split 1. Just under 5 minutes left to go as we pan across on the long back straight here at Sandown. Goes the entire length of the circuit, a little kink in it that you don't even really think about before you rise up the hill. And it's a place where we saw a lot of overtaking happening in Split 2, more than I think I anticipated. That slipstream effect looked pretty powerful tonight. The engine had to do a bit more work up the hill. The the toe effect is a bit more pronounced, and you can pull off some slingshot maneuvers into turn 6 if you are brave enough. And that there is the lake that is not flooding the circuit as it has done in real life for a couple of recent meetings. Form guide though in this warm-up session, it's Tom Freer fastest ahead of Brody Kostecki and Corey Shepherd. Their lap times separated by just 7/100ths of a second.
And not even, if we want to get to the particulars of it. There, as you can see, the times now on the left of your screen. Curious to see who's been doing curious to figure out where is roughly the end of drivers maybe doing some genuine qualifying runs versus those who are doing a little bit of a race simulation in preparation and not trying to show their hand when it comes to qualifying just yet, having done that presumably in some private practices. Whilst we were talking there, the fastest time in the warm-up going to go to Shane Van Gisbergen in the number 97. So definitely looking to put some pace on the board. But they had one start this year from SVG in V8SCOPS. That was at the Too Easy Finance Imola 500. And, when he was here in the car, they came second in that endurance event. So definitely positive signs there for Shane in terms of having still plenty of pace in the virtual car to go along with his real-world accolades and achievements this year.
Yeah, he's a good steerer, so I hear. And done a bit of real-world racing this year, I believe. So I think he might go all right tonight. Brenton Hobson, another one to look out for there. He's third in this session at the moment. There's now half a tenth separating the top 4, setting up a very juicy qualifying session. It's certainly not impossible to overtake here, maybe not even hard to overtake, but you've got to be brave to make an overtake at this racetrack. Big braking zones, a tight circuit, and you've got to make sure you do it well. So qualifying, pretty important at Sandown Raceway. So pick up Hayden Veld in the 53, running in 9th. So it'll be 40th through 21st on the pre-qualifying times that go out first in qualifying. They'll have 15 minutes to themselves, and then we'll send the rest of the field out after they've had their time on track for their own 15-minute session to set the grid, and they should be the 20 fastest cars. Race 1, 41 laps in length, same as race 2, but both races with a CPS between laps 2 and 40. Massive window. It's up to you to determine when you need to pit to get home the quickest, and the grid for race 1 will be set by fastest qualifying lap. Any final thoughts before we get ourselves into a rapid qualifying session, Dan?
Not just yet, I would have to say. Just watching, unfortunately, Tom Freer do what I was sort of talking about with the track map. Gets it up over the curve at turn 4, on the entry to turn 4, and around into the tyre bundles. But yeah, we sort of, for the most part, the drivers are familiar with this qualifying format. And we saw it in action just the last time out at Winton Motor Raceway as well, with the same split sprint. It was a super sprint round, so actually 2 different race lengths, but all the same drivers able to make sure their qualifying times on the board. So I think realistically we shouldn't see too many surprises, I don't think. It's just a question of who's been holding back in pre-qualifying once again, and therefore who can execute here tonight when the time is short on the board. And I think realistically, yeah, it's going to be up to the drivers to qualify towards the front if they want a proper chance at winning this. But we've got 6 drivers inside a tenth of a second right now in practice, as Corey Shepherd has moved his way to the top of the board by a mere 400ths.
Huge margin for Shepherd. It could actually be a big margin by the scope of what we've been seeing so far on this session. And in pre-qualifying, you mentioned holding back. I don't think there was too much of that going on. 1 second covering the top 46 in pre-qualifying. You hold back, you're missing split 1. So it's all guns blazing for these drivers. And it will be all guns blazing for 15 minutes now. The first group will head out, P21 through P40, plus James Chastanoff will all aim to put themselves as far up the grid as they can. And for all of these drivers, a good opportunity to get themselves on the broadcast when they might not necessarily be challenging at the front of the field later on. in the day. But there's certainly a few drivers in this group, Dan, who we will expect to see a little bit closer to the front than they were in pre-qualifying.
Well, this will be curious. As I said, it was such a closely packed field in pre-qualifying, despite the fact that I would expect we should maybe see a bit of upset at some point along the way tonight. That I also, I'm in two minds. I expect there to be a little bit of a change up, but at the same time, you should expect all the regular hitters to be up the front when they roll out on the road. As it's a nice long train building here down the back straight away as we're on board with Hayden Sell, one of our 9.5 SimSport entries in the 897 machine. He's tucked up behind what can only be described as one of the more offensively green machines on the circuit. That's in the hands of Kobe Williams, the 994 machine, back out on track here for V8SCOPS in the end part of the season. As they come across the tyre line, they'll be getting the green flag instructions from Barney. It'll be Blake Purdy up the road, the first car to start a flying lap here in Group 1.
Let's just listen and go on board for a lap of Sandown. A lap of Sandown Raceway there from Hayden Sell goes up to P3 with that lap, maybe even P2. A 107.0 for him now. iRacing catches up. Chris Coxhead has gone to the top. That was a very unfortunate fraudulent slip. Apologies there. Over Johnston in second, Williams, Freeman, and Varndell, your top 5.
It's again now 8 cars inside. I think the second is Ashley Varndell's parked up on the inside of turn 4. It's not an ideal spot, but thankfully we get rolling once again to avoid that one there. And at the back of the group, inside 1/10 of a second, it's Brad Newman and Hayden Sell actually tied on identical. There's apparently no part of it. There's apparently a millisecond in it according to my timing, and no, there is a millisecond in it according to the official iRacing scoring. So despite what we're seeing there on the overlays here tonight, it is ever so slightly different as the 333 of Luke Holland. Now that's interesting there actually, because we saw a 333 already in Super Split 2, and numbers are meant to be exclusive across both splits combined. That's another problem for another time elsewhere. But Luke Holland is just going to move himself to position number 18 at this stage, 107.509, his first time on the board here in Group 1.
A few drivers have come to pit road, taken on board a fresh set of boots, and looking to have another crack. Remember, you can't just escape back to pit road and get your fresh tyres. You've got to actually get that car back to pit lane. So pressure's on at the moment. It says 30 minutes on the top left of your screen, but in reality it's a bit less than that. Only 15 minutes per group as we take a look at the analytical number 04 car for Race on Oz, Luke Mitchinson. This is a driver who 12 months ago, when I last did a sim racing event, was I think split 2. He's made his way forward, good to see. a number of drivers who've made some great strides over the last 12 months in the sim racing world. And how is this lap going to pan out for him, or is it indeed an outlap? It was an outlap, so he begins a flying lap now. See how he goes. Hasn't got a time on the board yet, and remember, you need to get 2 times on the board. That was a 1:17 for him, that lap out of the pits. A little bit wide through turn 1, using all of the curb to jump the car through the chicane at turns 2 and 3 before he gets it turned at turn 4. I think that was a little tiny fraction wider than he would have wanted it to be, and every little fraction matters, just like that, as he uses to tow the car in front while he can up the hill towards turn 6. Brake as late as you dare, get it turned in, don't take too much of the curb. That unsettled Cameron Veacock earlier on. He took a lot of that second curb. Very easy to get off track or a slowdown over there, so can't use too much. And then just 2 more corners to navigate. Hopping the curbs again. That turned the car nicely for him. This looks like it'll be a pretty decent lap for Luke Mitchinson. Where does it put him?
He won.
106.9. He goes to the top. Good lap to go with. Kurt Stenberg will be looking to displace that, though. This is a driver I expect to see inside the top 20, not outside of it, as he is now. A 6.8 for him. That is a new fastest lap of the session so far.
If it counted, which it looks like it has not. Ooh, there.
No, it did count. He did go to the top there. iRacing.
It took its sweet time then to show up in my defense.
Yes. iRacing is a little bit slow to update qualifying times. It's been for a while now, I noticed that. Well, over a year ago. So
here I was thinking
I wish they changed that.
Yeah, here I was thinking that maybe Kurt had made a small error on that particular lap and unfortunately had invalidated his options. But alas, that was not to be. As for this session here, yeah, let's see here. Where is Hayden Sell? P11 currently. I'm not seeing any personal bests on my timing currently. He's also on his 3rd lap since he last came into pits. I suspect we are seeing an in-lap here from the 897. So exit stage right. Yes, you do. We followed him by Jonathan Wallace.
Drama on pit entry.
Kurt Stenberg, and I believe that's Brad Newman there as well. Everyone piling on in from this group here to reset and go again.
Justin Wallace and Hayden Sell both clipped the inside Armco as they pulled it up to a stop at the last minute and got loose. And yes, Stenberg and Newman were lucky not to have a bit of contact nose to tail as they had to stop very, very quickly. Kobe Williams. You're not going to miss him on the racetrack today, that's for sure. Almost took flight over the turn 2 curb. And a good run through turn 4. Bright green, car number 994, the Ford Mustang. Every inch of that car is painted green. The wheels, the mirrors, the wing. The number is his suit green, though. If his suit's not green, I'm going to be disappointed in you, Kobe. Oh, Jesus. What is that? Well, it's not green, but I think that'll do.
It rhymes. I think the suit actually.
Oh, come on, Kobe. Where's the effort? Where's the effort on this lap, though? Where's it going to put him? Oh, what a segue. As he comes to the line, doesn't elect to take the short route. It's not worth a lot as he crosses with a 6.849. That puts him all the way up to P2. A good lap there from Kobe.
Times compressing up towards the front. Blake Purdy's in the slipstream and Michael Whiting. A 106.689 will send him to the top of the timing charts and pull a 10th clear as we're approaching 5 minutes remaining for qualifying group number 1 here. As there's other drivers coming to start their runs. Chris Coxhead is one of those, I think. No, apologies. He just went on a flyer and comes across to finish and go to P5 with a 106.886 there. Drivers who are on a lap, including number 4 of Sebastian Varndell. Currently P11, looking to try and crack that top 10 in Group 1 here. As he's currently on a lap, and PB sector 1 for good measure.
He had a little tow from that car in front as well. That will have helped him out quite a bit. trying to improve from 11th on the grid provisionally, but remember, there's still another 20 cars to hit the track later on. He does take the shorter route to the line. 6.843. That'll vault him up to 3rd. Good lap from Vandel. Big improvement. Are we seeing a little improvement in the track? Because we're seeing a lot of people improving at the moment. Brett Loxton, Team Jinx Shifters 209. Nice looking livery. Nice looking run through turns 12 and 13. His run to the line. Where will it put him? Currently 12th. He improves. He goes to 3rd. I reckon this track's ramping up a bit.
Certainly might just be doing that. It's currently 3:36 virtual time here in Sandown on the 15th of November. Actually, interesting, the default date here. Not too far in the future, as it were. Service. I can tell you actually real quick here, the air temperature of 19 degrees Celsius, track temperature up at 31 degrees Celsius with a northerly wind approaching 25 kilometers per hour and slightly above that at times as well. Also shifting slightly northwest a bit there as well. So that's going to be putting a solid headwind on the cars actually up the back stretch here, there or thereabouts, and will be giving somewhat of a tailwind down the front stretch. That would explain the quick times we're starting to see the drivers in Sector 1 at this stage.
Just to make a note as well, a message in chat letting us know Sebastian Vandel is actually over at Pursuit Sim Racing now with Premier Racing Team disbanding recently. So take note of that as we keep an eye on Vandel in this session. Currently still in 4th. Purdy still has a 10th over everyone else, and it's then another 10th covering the next 7 or 8 cars. So that's a very good lap from Purdy to get that sort of margin. A 10th of a second is only a big gap in motorsport. Everywhere else, that is tiny. As I say that, I think about track running, but we'll keep that analogy for now. Kobe Williams, what can he do? We saw him put in a pretty good lap earlier on. He went to 2nd at the time. It's now only good enough for 5th. Oh, a little bit out of shape as he tried to hit that curb the right way. Tiny bit of wheel spin, exiting turn 9 and using all of the road on the entry to 12 and 13. The green mean Mr. Bean machine is going to come across the line with an 8.32. Is that an improvement? Yes, it is. And it moves him up 1 spot to P4.
That is important now. 2 solid times on the board, and well, that should do him for the session. He might, if he wants to gamble on one final run on the tyres, despite having probably used the best of them there, Ryan. He'll have time to do a slow lap here and go again, but no time left to pit and reset. These drivers here going to come around, and a whole bunch of drivers peeling off there. They're going to be pretty short for time after doing a tyre change. Michael Whining a 110. That almost certainly will be an outlap, so he gets his final flyer underway here as the clock ticks towards 0. They can complete the lap they are on, of course, once they receive the checkered flag calls from the OSR race control team.
So I believe
he last across the line.
I believe the number we're all looking for is 20 minutes. That is 15 minutes elapsed in the session. Once that number is reached, anyone who crosses the line is done for the session. Everyone on a lap will be able to complete their lap. Thomas Freeman, a 6.924. That's great. That'll move him up the order into the top 10. But, just misses it in 11th actually. But it's his only lap. He needs to get a second lap on the board now. Otherwise, he will start last, essentially, in race 2. Remember, the second fastest lap, setting your time, setting your place on the grid for the second race later on tonight.
Sean McNamara going to be one of the last drivers to get across the line in time, tailed by Sebastian Vandel. Both will stay out on the road here. McNamara, personal best in Sector 1, will move to a 106.938. That jumps him up to P12. Vandel in behind, I don't think has improved. Indeed, he has not. It was close though, and that will actually be very important for Vandel, of course, in terms of grid seeing. A checkered flag has flown in the meantime, and we see here now these cars coming to the line. They're ending their session. Thomas Hinz, a 106.8. That's going to see him shoot all the way up to P6 there, Ryan, in the dying stage of the session. But
His
Mr.
only lap,
Hins.
wasn't it?
It is not his only lap, but his previous best of 106.977. 10th and a half. That's going to be quite a ways down the order in comparison, because you see that we're talking outside the top, pardon me, all the way back to P17 effective on second best times if we exclude that one he just did.
Here's Chastanov, our split 2 winner. Drove a stellar race to earn that victory, earn promotion into split 1. His best at the moment is a 7.898. That has him 10th, and he's not going to finish this lap. But I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good result. He is 10th out of 21 in that group, and he was 41st in essentially in pre-qualifying. So that's a net gain of about 11 at minimum. Before we get our second group out there, this is how Group 1 ended. Purdy fastest by a 10th of a second, a big margin when you consider the margin between second and 10th, which was also a 10th of a second. Stenberg, Loxton, Johnston, Williams, Hins, Vandell, Coxhead, Sell, and Chastanov, your top 10 in Group 2. And there are the rest of the times coming up on the leaderboard. But will they be able to hold on to those top 10 spots? Not likely, Dan, but a few of them may still find themselves reasonably close to the top 20.
Yeah, that is the big million-dollar question: is where will our drivers here in Group 2 move themselves up to, and who will be not quite on position as we wait for the timer to reach 15 minutes. The last couple of drivers from Group 2 make their way into the pit lane, and we'll take a small moment of pause. Important to note, as you said, Ryan, that 1/10 margin that Blake Purdy has pulled on everyone here in Group 2 will see him well apart from everyone else, and certainly a driver who can play spoils in this period, as Henry King takes the Logitech G Virtual Racing School Porsche Cayman GT4 safety car out to clear the course, as we wait once more for Group 2 to get underway in about 2 minutes' time here.
It's thinking. These guys have 15 minutes as well. I always get confused between what formats have a hard cut at the end of qualifying and what formats don't. Well, heat format is the one that has the hard cut, so we are fine. We're not running that format. Our 2 races tonight are in separate servers, so while that clock will tick under 16 minutes, and you may think they haven't got enough time to cross the line at 14:59 and still complete their lap, they will be fine. Session timer will elapse, and they will close out the session that way. That's a good-looking Porsche Cayman. I do love my Porsches. Get to play with them a little bit in real life. They sound pretty damn good as well. The GT4 will come back to pit lane. Who's our pace car driver, safety car driver today?
Well, that was Henry King aboard the 00 machine at that stage. We've also got Nick Parker in the server. We also have Simon Black. So I believe we have 3 safety cars standing by, but I presume, based on the fact that Henry, is the one set as 00, likely going to be our primary choice of safety car, should that be required here in Split 1, like it was required in Split 2. Well, track is clear, but the timer is still ticking down. The pit exit is still closed, but only 30 seconds until
Who's your pick for pole, Dan? 30 seconds, who's your pick?
Oh, goodness me. Well, I would say Corey Shepherd. We've seen quick times in qualifying from him during this season. I reckon he's a decent bet to once again be putting himself on pole here for race number 1. I'll go with that.
He was 0.2 of a second quicker than P2 in pre-qualifying, if those times are right, which is quite a margin. So I reckon that's a safe bet. I'm going to go with Wayne Burke, though. No real theory behind that, but he was 5th in pre-qualifying, and I reckon he's a pretty good driver. I haven't caught too much of the series so far, but as far as I'm aware, he is very consistent and pretty damn quick as well out of the SSR stable. So, Group 2 commences. 15 minutes to see who can earn themselves pole position for Race 1, who can earn themselves pole position for Race 2. And even though we've split the field in half, there is still an almighty mess of cars trying to find some space on this racetrack as up the inside. That was Van Gisbergen trying to work his way through the traffic in his distinctively painted car. Holden Commodore, of course.
Well, it's actually a bit of an iRacing default, but it's a brightly coloured iRacing default.
Yeah.
As it currently stands. But it's a very interesting bit of procession here as drivers try and figure themselves out and set themselves up. There's your current championship leader, Brady Myers, in the 22 Trans-Tasman Racing Machine. He will also be the first to come to the green flag for Group 2. So we'll see what he can do with clean air on the nose of his car as he will set off on his first qualifying lap here at Sandown.
Championship leader has the opportunity to set the tone for today, the penultimate round of the championship, if he can put down a blistering opening lap of Group 2 here for Trans-Tasman Racing. 450 points on offer across today's 2 races. 900 on offer for the rest of the season, that means. So he's got a lot of work to do to ensure he can maintain this championship lead. But for now, in the box seat, and in the box seat in qualifying. No one in front to distract him as he picks out the break point, picks out the turn-in point, up at turn 6, on board with Myers. As that car rides the curbs gloriously, good setup, dialed into the TTR Team 4 car. A bit of wheel spin on corner exit though from turn 9 from the 22, might cost him half a tenth or so. And as he comes to the line, what's the marker they're all chasing? 106.806. It's not yet good enough to eclipse the first group. Corey Shepherd hangs on as he goes to the top. 6.3, that eclipses the first group.
There we go, times coming in.
Is that damage? SVG's got damage already to the left-hand side of that car. He's found trouble somewhere, and that hasty outlap may have had some consequences. So we pick up the Phoenix Racing Team car, 79. A 6.812 for him as he sees some smoke out of turn 4. That's car getting nicely out of the way. Shepherd from Rosella at the top end.
Indeed. Do not count young Rehan Lineage out. He was able to keep a very cool head on his shoulders last time out in Winton, pick up his debut V8SCOPS podium after picking away, or sort of, slowly punching up above where we would have expected at points this year previous, as Hayden Veld has decided to apply for a drifting competition at turn 11 instead of a grip competition. He will abort any attempt that might have been at a qualifying run there, as he works it straight back to the pit lane, thankfully from turn number 11. As well, one of our other drivers here tonight, we have seen Brody Kostecki a couple more times this year than we have Shane Van Gisbergen. And a chance to see who can come away as best of our real-life drivers here tonight. Now that we can have ourselves sort of an old-fashioned duel here, as here comes the majority of the... Yep.
And I tell you what, oh no, more drama behind him. Dylan Rudd straight into the back of Hayden Veld, and that was all sorts of messy. I was trying to find the driver. It was Veld. Jumped out of the way of Kostecki a bit too late. I think it put Brody off, and then he sort of awkwardly hung around the outside of someone else on the apex of turn 1. And Dylan Rudd arrived at the scene with a head of steam and made contact with the back of that car.
Time to go have a look at it on the virtual racing score replay. As on board with Veld, I would suspect, you see indeed, will shift left. And then it doesn't help. There's another teammate. There's another Synergy Sim Racing car, I believe, that was to his left. And that is unfortunately a massive miscommunication. Indeed there. The 80, it's Wayne Burke in the 89, and just the pair of them literally sitting on the apex at turn 1 as these guys coming through try and get another fast lap on the board.
It's just poor from both of them. It's not a great look, that. And Race Control will take a dim view on that one. The only defense I can offer up to them is that, looking at the relative, it's often hard to gauge who is and isn't on a lap, as Shane Van Gisbergen puts down a 106.455, puts himself onto row 2 on the grid. In terms of real-world bragging rights, Kostecki's got P1 in the session at the moment, so he's not just got that bragging rights, but he's looking at a provisional pole. A 6.328 is the marker they're all chasing, just 1/100th of a second ahead of Corey Shepherd.
It is close up front. 3 cars inside half a tenth, with Luke Rosella still shadowing Shepherd at this point in the session. The 55 is currently out there, but has not set a personal best in sector 1. It was half a second off compared to what Wayne Burke, actually the fastest first sector of the session on this current one, I believe, whereas Burkey is coming round to the line now in the 89 machine. You see there Tom Frears having a moment down at Dandenong Road, which isn't going to do him any favours. Thankfully, though, not going to interfere with anyone else there on their laps. If there are any lapping, no, Dylan Rudd is setting up for another attempt at a fly here.
Yeah, well, he had his first lap rather ruined. A bit of damage to the front of that car. Is into the pit lane, comes to 7:07. Still 7 minutes left in the session. Plenty of time to come back to pits, put on a fresh set of tyres, and try again as Sebastian Block hops his way over the curb, coming down the hill. Turns 7 and 8 there. A 6.9, his best of the session so far. Only has him 25th for Evolution Racing Team. Is he on a lap at the moment? I can't see the sector times. Definitely not. He's come to pit lane.
Yeah, no, I think was potentially on 1, could have been on 1, but chose to abort there after sector 2, being a couple more tenths off where he'd like to be. Jordan Ross, though, looks to be on a flyer here in the 143, one of our many Synergy Sim Racing cars. As you noted, comfortably by far and away the team with the most number of drivers in the series over the course of the season, and added on up.
And he is 3rd in the championship as well. So important for him to get a move on today, Dan, and outscore Brady Myers and Wayne Burke. Doesn't want to leave it to the last round to do all that work and get himself into contention. That's a mess of traffic in front of him. An absolute mess. What does Jordan Ross do here? A couple cars get out the way.
He aborts.
And he aborts. And maybe even aborts that car behind him as well in the process. That was messy as another car spins in the background.
Yeah, Rohan Lineage will follow Jay Ross in. Bradley Ratsu has had a moment down there at turn 12. We're also going back to the pits as Brody Kostecki is looking to improve, has a purple to his name at sector 1, a PB to his name along the back straightaway here. This could easily go to a 107, 106.2 at this point, I think. We'll just see exactly what he's got left in the tank through sector number 3. But this is certainly looking like it's going to be a case of Kostecki being one to beat here tonight in single lap trim at least. He will cut short to the line. We will go, and never mind a 106.2, Ryan. He'll go straight into the 106.1s.
Great lap from Kostecki, laying down the gauntlet. Has anyone got a response for him? Brady Myers was tucked up behind his teammate as he came down the hill. Might have been a pretty handy slipstream on the way up to turn 6, but did it slow him down a little bit as he tried to navigate turn 7, 8, 9? Let's see as Brady Myers comes across the line. Championship leader, 6.348. That will move him up the order to P3. Just in behind Corey Shepherd, ahead of Stewart, who's behind him on the racetrack. Did that lap right then behind Myers, running in lockstep.
That they did. And indeed, not quite a purple, but a personal best for Corey Shepherd. Does he have something in sectors 2 and 3 to respond to Brody Kostecki unfortunately, Sector 2 not quite there, apparently. No personal best, therefore no purple either. As he brings it round Dandenong Road. That was full commitment, obviously, down the S's, leaving nothing on the table here in the 718 machine. Rides the curb through 11, avoids the apex at 12. Nice bit of exit curb usage. This is looking neat and tidy. Can he improve? He will. He'll go into the 106.2s, but still just inside now a 10th on Brody Kostecki, your provisional pole sitter, as the clock hits 4 minutes remaining in qualifying here.
And a whole host of drivers coming to pit road right now, getting ready for their final attack. Wayne Burke, second in the championship. Synergy Sim Racing leading the way for that team this year. Drives as short as he can to the line. It's only a 6.483 though, and that leaves him 10th. Just 3/10 away from provisional pole. We'll have you P10 at the moment in this incredibly competitive VRS V8SCOPS field. Split one here tonight. First of 2 races. Well, that was a car heading to the fence for sure. Dylan Rudd navigates that curve a bit smoother than whoever that was in front of him. For 9.5 Sim Sport. Remember, he got caught out by lap traffic earlier on. He's currently sitting in 12th position in the 990 Holden Commodore. What can he find, as he might get a distant effect, a kilometre or 2 maybe, from that car front in terms of slipstream. Also, ragged edge as he came down the hill over the curb, using all the racetrack on corner exit. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left in the session. And Dylan Rudd, where's the slap going to put him? Out of the final corner, good acceleration. Can he improve on a 106.5? He can. It's a 106.487. He goes from 12th up to only one spot, up to 11th. In fact, he stays 12th. No, 11th. iRacing again with the slow update to the leaderboard. But Brody Kostecki doesn't know the word slow. He's trying to improve again.
Faster again in Sector 1, 20.5. Personal best Sector 2, 17.8. This could now be a 106.0 if odds are on here through the third and final sector from the driver of the 999. Again, neat, tidy through 11 and 12. Good curb usage, nothing too extreme. Out of there, into that little kink that counts as turn 13. To the line we will go. Unfortunately, it's not quite a 106.0, but it is 2 times within 5 milliseconds of each other. And I think very much certain that we'll see Kostecki now on pole position for both races. Shane Van Gisbergen, though, is on a personal best Sector 1, and he is very close, all things considered, through Sector 2 as well, Ryan.
He wants to brag and rise. He doesn't want his real-world rival beating him in this sim as well. Currently, SVG is 9th. He's 0.3 of a second away from Kostecki's lap. But what is this lap going to bring? He will have 2 more attempts after this if he's good enough. 106.318. It's a small improvement for Van Gisbergen, but that small improvement of a 10.5 is enough to go up to P3. Brady Myers, Madison Down rather, his teammate, number 1 on the car, but only for 2 more rounds. He'll be hoping it goes across the stable to Myers. If not, it's likely to be a Synergy Sim Racing car. There's 4 of them attacking Myers for the title. Madison Down attacks turn 9 and aborts the lap. That'll be him done. No, he will get to the line if he wants to carry on this set of tyres. He'll have no choice. He lets Corey Shepard go. He is 0.097 away from Kostecki. What does this lap bring? A 6.198, and that is so close. So close for Shepard, but it's not enough. He is within half a tenth of Kostecki. That's all that separates the front row. It's then another 1/10 of a second. Back to third placed Van Gisbergen. Time runs out. Finish your laps. These are the final moments of qualifying. Hayden Veld aborts along with his teammate behind him. Is there anyone else out there on a lap that could potentially deny Brody Kostecki from pole position for race 1 here tonight at Sandown Raceway? We don't know what the grid's looking like for race 2. That'll take some geniuses behind the scenes to work out. Second fastest laps of the session will determine that grid, and it could be a very different grid. Although, if there's one thing I'm certain of, it's that Kostecki will be on pole for both races, because we saw him do a 1.52 and a 1.60 in quick succession. Here's Madison Down. We saw him abort that previous lap and just cool down, give himself one final flyer. What has the reigning champion got up his sleeve? A 106.605. The final lap from Madison Down moves him into 7th. And I think that is it. Brody Kostecki earns himself pole position in V8 SCOPS here at Sandown Raceway.
Yes, he will indeed. And he'll have himself pole for race 2. I know that much for certain based on what we saw as those times came on in. But let's turn our attention to the grid for race 1 of the Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint. Kostecki and Shepard will be your front row tonight. Then Van Gisbergen in behind in position number 3. Championship leader Brady Myers doing a nice job there to set himself up in position number 4. Job Stewart, Luke Rosella, they're going to start out of positions 5 and 6 for this one here tonight. And then it'll be Madison Down and Tom Freer sharing row number 4. Hayden Veld and Rick Kuznetsov will round out our top 10 for this one tonight. And it'll be Brenton Hobson and Wayne Burke to round out row number 6. Looks like Wayne's going to have a bit of work to do here in race 1 to go and chase down Brady Myers there, Ryan.
Yeah, that he will. Just outside the top 10, Brenton Hobson and Wayne Burke, as you mentioned. Dylan Rudd, Robert Gibbs, Rehan Lineage. I'm going to have to work on that last name, I think. Kenneth Ladder in 16th, Blake Purdy, Jordan Ross, Kurt Stenberg, and Brett Loxton. We will rapid fire through the rest of the grid because time is running out on the grid timer. We've still got a minute though. Johnston, Williams, Flockenhins, Vondell, Coxhead in 26th ahead of Hayden Sell. Chastanov puts himself 28th on the grid after coming through pre-qualifying in 41st, winning Split 2, now in Split 1 ahead of Luke Mitchinson, Thomas Freeman, your top 30. Sean McNamara, Michael Angus, Jamie Dyke, Brad Newman, Bradley Ratu, Michael Whiting, Luke Holland, Tyler Blackburn, Dylan Pereira, Justin Wallace, and Jake Maloney rounding out your field. Maloney, the only driver that didn't get a time on the board in that session. And by the way, your top 40 there covered by 1.1 seconds at the end of 2 15-minute groups. That is, well, it's ridiculously close. Oh, championship leader, Brady Myers. Drama before the race start. He has just dropped out of the server. Connectivity problems. Well, I don't want to say championship implications, but ladies and gentlemen, if ever there was a championship implication, it is that. Huge opportunity then, thrown the way of Wayne Burke, Jordan Ross, and everyone else in the top 8. But here we go, set for a start. It's Kostecki in P1. It's Shepard alongside, vacant spot in P4. And away we go for Split 1. Good start for Kostecki. He will lead down into turn number 1 from Corey Shepard. Van Gisbergen up to 3rd. Thanks to Myers' absence, is it cleaner than Split 2? Oh, it is. I think they're all through there. They're through the first corner without incident. That is a great job, considering the drama we saw earlier on tonight, Dan.
It is. It's busy. It's too wide a lot of the way down the pack. But so far, first 4 corners, we're going to get through them okay. So far as they streak down the backstretch for the first time.
Missed gear shift, I think, for Kostecki. Look at the run that Corey Shepard got. Goes to the outside at Dandenong Road. Oh, over the curbs. Going to be awkward here. Van Gisbergen's going to give him a touch-up. Into the back of Kostecki. Race leaders collide. Kostecki's off. Shepard's gone for a spin. He's facing the wrong way. Van Gisbergen's got momentum. Kostecki's going to cover. Now Shane lifts off.
Oh, big one back at Dandenong. It's gone off at the middle of the field. Chastanov's gotten involved, unfortunately, there. In the 427. Looks like one of the jinx shifters, Coxhead in the 208 machine, also involved. So that drama has compounded its way down the field with a couple of cars getting tripped up, and then got a little bit of side-by-side further on up ahead. But there you go. Corey Shepard has dropped all the way back to position number 38 at the end of lap number 1. It's side by side. Meanwhile, just behind Van Gisbergen, between Job Stewart, Madison Down at T1. Stewart gets the inside of the corner, but Down not going to give that up and takes it back through 2 and 3.
It's all kicked off in the opening lap after what we thought was a clean start to this race. Somehow, through all of that, Kostecki has held on to the lead of the race.
Oh no, big trouble back at turn 3.
Luke Rosella is up to second, and drama at turn 3. As you mentioned, that is multiple cars in the fence, a Race on Oz car there. There's a car off in the grass. I think they're all going to get away. That's Thomas Freeman. He will eventually get out of that grass. Not quite the mud pit that it is in real life, often not. Kostecki from Rosella, from SVG, Madison Down, your top 4. Incredibly energized start to this race, Dan.
It is. You can see Kostecki immediately not going to give slipstream where it needs to be given. There's another car on the brakes up there. I think that might be Tom Freer. It is the 707 machine. I was just looking there for a slowdown. Didn't see one on my end. Might just be letting it. Yeah, that's just knowing there. The car that got through teammate Wayne Burke. That certainly screams of suggestions as Burke. Oh, my word, hangs on to it at turn 4. I thought there for a second that was Destination Grass. And separate to all that, we've had Sebastian Flock have a moment at turn 1 in the 84 Evolution Racing Team Commodore. And so he goes around there, Ryan, on the Virtual Racing School replay. Well, half goes around, I should say. But then, how's this from Wayne Burke? Oh, unfortunately, we missed it just there. We might jump back and catch it again here on this continued replay.
So watch Wayne Burke. Just straddles that curb. You don't want to get the right sides on the wrong side of that curb, as Burke did, and that's a great save from him to keep himself in the picture. Brady Myers is back in the server, by the way, but he is a lap down, but crucially on the racetrack. But he's 41st.
Yeah, it is going to require a safety car and some good fortune there. And critically, he's at risk of going 2 laps down. He's only just gotten out ahead of your race leaders at this point in time. So it's a whole lot of do or die there for the number 22 machinist. Yeah, big trouble at turn 1. There's trouble again at turn 3 between Blake Purdy and one of the 9.5 SimSport machines. Then we've got 3 wide between Williams, Veld and Purdy, who's still recovering. Kurt Stenberg gets a bit of a love tap, as we've also got the 209 and Brett Loxton involved. That causes a massive traffic jam. Oh, what's going on here?
This will be messy up here at turn 6. This will be real messy. Kobe Williams defends. Loxton wants to go around the outside. Purdy, Kenneth Latta, Kurt Stenberg, they're all involved here. Through 6, they go side by side over the curb. There's a bit of netcode contact. Oh, what a save from Purdy. That is up there with, oh no, and he's ruined it. He's turned around a lot of cars on the exit of turn 9.
That's
he turned around. Yeah, he turned around Brett Loxton, and that took out a lot of cars.
Yeah, my camera didn't switch back there. There we go. Michael Whining, unfortunately, is around with Loxton still there. Cars will recover and carry on, so we will stay green. Still, despite everything that is happening here at the start of this race, we go back to another virtual race story to see it all unfold. Loxton commits. That puts Purdy all kinds of out of shape. Down under brakes into turn 9, then into the left rear corner of Loxton. That pummels him around, and then the field checks up trying to dodge. And, oh my word, the 080 of Jamie Dyke, Sebastian Varndell, Michael White, Damian Johnson, I see it in the 033. That's just the couple of cars I can spot there most heavily involved and caught up in that wreck. As we head back to live pictures, and you can see here that it looks like Brody Kostecki starting to put a couple of car lengths between himself and Luke Rosella, who might just be holding back SVG and Madison Down at this point in the race. And Brady Myers still there at the front of the shop, trying to stay only 1 lap down in this race.
Well, here comes Van Gisbergen, pulls out of the slipstream, down to the inside of turn 1. That'll be moved on pretty easily for car number 97. And he moves into second place. It's Kostecki P1, Van Gisbergen P2, and they're coming up to a laps car of Brady Myers. Well, you wouldn't have thought at any point that Brady Myers would be about to go 2 laps down, but he is. And he will desperately be hoping for a safety car right now. He's been unlucky that there hasn't been one with the carnage we've seen in the opening stages of this race. Plenty of carnage, but I think all in all, some great driving that we haven't had a safety car a virtual racing school replay. More drama. What are we seeing here? Justin Wallace, currently 30th.
Well, this is an extended replay to enjoy here. The 38 of Brad Ratu in behind there, nearly decked out in 95 SimSport colours, and also a new update, liquor paint for the 95 SimSport team. As to the inside, Ratu will go, locks the rears, and going to take Wallace around with him there at turn 1. How everyone else avoids the incident though, Ryan. Oh my goodness, everyone's got their awareness set to 11 out of 10 when it comes to incident avoidance.
That's the sort of good driver I'm talking about. Maybe not side by side, but avoiding incidents mostly. It's been phenomenal. Kostecki's right up behind Brady Myers elsewhere on the track as we look at this live picture between two battered cars after lap 7 of 41. We've still got a whole nother race to go after this one. This is Corey Shepherd. He started this race in 2nd. He's 23rd now. He was 38th at one point. What a roller coaster he's had in just 7 laps of racing.
Driving the wheels off that Mustang. Yes, so yeah, he's having to do all the work he can to try and minimise the damage that has been done in this first race. So check back in just inside the top 10. Kuznetsov there in the 008, ahead then of Rehan Lionage, and then Jordan Ross, Hayden Veld, Kobe Williams, making this a 5-car train, 9th through 13th place here as they head into turn 1. Start of lap number 8 of this 41-lap race we're bringing to you here for the first of 2 for split 1. As there's a bit of action there in behind. I think I see some side-by-side, which does resolve itself there. Kenneth Latter getting past Kurt Stenberg at turn 1 there, Ryan, for 16th on the road.
No rear wing. Back of one of the TTR cars there. That's the 47. Coming under pressure from Thomas Hinds. We hear Blake Purdy does get a drive-through penalty. That'll be for that contact with Brett Loxton, unless my memory is sending me smoke signals. It is. Indeed, that incident confirms our director. I just want to drag our attention back to the front. The gap from Kostecki to Van Gisbergen has shut down to a 2nd. It was slightly more than that. Shane was 2 tenths quicker last lap. But more crucially is this car in front of Kostecki. It's Brady Myers. I don't think he wanted to do that. In the end, he lets the leader go. But that was a mistake that put Brady out there and puts him 2 laps down. He's only lapping. Well, he did the same lap as Kostecki last time by. He's quick, but dropping out right in the gridding phase, got back, managed to stay 1 lap down, but he was so close to the leaders. He was essentially always 2 down, but now it's official, and it's a long, hard recovery here for Brady Myers. He's going to have an incredible race too if he wants to still be leading this championship when all is said and done, heading into the final round in a couple of weeks' time.
Well, there is still a drop round that could come into play here. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how things go here. Let's also back around a shot. Let's just switch back to this fight here inside the top 10 as Jordan Ross is going to peel off abruptly there and take his compulsory pit stop. The very first driver, pardon me, apologies, Corey Shepherd has gone and taken his compulsory service in the meantime as well. So 2 drivers now getting their CPS done and out of the way early as we watch this group carry on here through turns 2 and 3. Crucially, Rehan Lionage gotten through on Rick Kuznetsov, and that has happened only about 30 seconds ago now. So happening towards the end of that previous lap there, right?
Yeah, and I think an early CPS here, not a bad option. Because when you're... Oh, that's a late block. It's a late block. He tried to commit. He couldn't do it. Oh, he's overcommitted to Dandenong as well. And they all escape out the other side. I'll tell you what, the aggression levels today are through the roof. What have you spotted, Dan?
Trouble turn 1. I've just got Brett Loxton around. I saw James Chasnoff around. Yeah, both cars at turn 1. But how's this between Chris Cox and Dylan Rudd? And who else is involved there? Well, that's Luke Holland, and then we've got I'm going to see Robbie Gibbs getting through and all that. So pandemonium at turn 1, pandemonium at turn 9 as the next car to take pit service. Hayden Veld responds to Jordan Ross's lap 9 pit stop here as top 3. No, pardon me. SVG gets through on Brady Myers as well. Luke Rosella and Madison Down closing up in behind the 22 machine here. As, yeah, it is getting busy all over the track here at this point.
It was a few laps ago now, but Madison Down into turn 1 went way too deep. Had everything locked up. He was sideways in the braking zone just to avoid hitting the back of Luke Rosella. So he's got the pace, but he's had a couple close calls already. Brady Myers potentially just holding up Luke Rosella fractionally. Just up in the distance. Oh no, big contact. Brett Loxton. He's not had a good start to this race. He's blown the engine. I don't think he'll get this car back to pit lane. This could be a safety car if he stops right around there. Virtual Racing School replay. He's going to tell us the story here. We're going to go quite a way back. No, we're not. Here he is. Yeah, so we are going a long way back. This is turn 1. The previous lap. Chasanoff in front. You called this out live a little while ago, Dan. Oh, no. Talk about unlucky. Chasanoff gets loose, and that's normally something you'd save, but Loxton's so close to him on the left, nothing either of them could do.
And it looks like he's got just a tiny bit of engine power remaining in the 209 Jinx Shifters car. So, in fact, really being gentle, I think actually didn't use the engine all the way down the hill from turn 6 to make sure he had just a little bit left to get it back to the pit lane here. And that allows us to stay green. Incident for Thomas Hinz, unfortunately, self-spinning at turn number, well, entry to turn 4, I should say, there, Ryan. Not quite able to save it like we saw Wayne Burke do in qualifying. That sets him back to 16th place in that 52 machine. As to live pitches, we return. Lap 13 has begun. It is on for the race lead indeed. Shane Van Gisbergen coming at Brody Kostecki quite decently here. 10th faster on the previous lap.
And just half a second between them. It's going to be a heavyweight battle here, unless we see Kostecki or Van Gisbergen dive to pit road. Now, I don't want to say he's going to treat this like a real race entirely, but is SVG not the king of overcuts in the real world? Staying out, pitting late. I wonder if we'll see something similar in this race.
Well, that could be interesting to watch as the various strategies unfolding as this race goes on. Track temperature has decreased since qualifying. It is down to 27 degrees Celsius. It will potentially enable an overcut to be more viable, as you're suggesting there, in terms of taking real-life preferred strategy and applying it to this virtual race here tonight. And, well, yeah, the cooler it gets, I think the more viable an overcut becomes. So that is one to keep an eye on and watch as this race progresses. As Madison Down still in behind Luke Rosella, still in behind Brady Myers. Top 2 as a result, breaking away from this trio here, which still includes, unfortunately, the out-of-position lapped car of Myers here.
There was nothing separating those 3 cars as they went through turn 4. Myers now is definitely holding up Luke Rosella, and it will be helping out his teammate on the other side of Rosella's car. Still he stays there. And Madison Down, just trying to pick the right moment. Champion in 2021. Won't be this year, but he has so much experience. He's just sitting back, biding his time. As into the pit lane, ahead of them came the laps car of James Chastanos, not any one of our contenders for this race. Is Rosella going to be let by on this lap into turn 1? No, he's not. Myers content to sit there. It'll be an argument. Rosella will be screaming for that car to get out of the way. He's 2 laps down, but Myers will be probably countering with, I'm quick, I'm running the same laps as these guys.
Yeah, it's the age-old sort of question mark there as to how you sort that out. Oh, it's getting a bit dicey down at turn 9. Nope, there you go. Figure that one out there between Thomas Hinz and Michael Whiting. So we'll stay here with what we've got. Rehan Leonage leading Jake Maloney, Rick Kuznetsov, and there you go. Flashes are on from Madison Down at the end of the back stretch there. Whether that's maybe a bit of a mental game there, or whether that is trying to signal to Brady Myers, can you let us go, pretty please? I want to get on and race the top two and not get away from them. Now, Damien Johnston's car, unfortunately, has been turned into quite the hatchback shape vehicle. How it's still going, despite looking like the engine is ready to just drop out the front of that car, is a bit of a minor miracle. There is Rosella, again, trying to signal to Myers, would you let us go, please? No dice at turn one, though, Ryan. They'll carry on as they still are.
I just wonder if Myers is actually now hindering Madison Down, because we've seen moves happen up at turn 6 after the slipstream effect of this back straight. Madison Down isn't getting that effect because Rosella's getting it from Brady Myers. It's negating any gain that Madison Down could be getting up this hill. So I think Myers, probably, if he wants to help out his teammate, the best thing for him to do might just be to let them go and sit in behind them.
And I can tell you, I've just checked in with one of the Discord channels here that Race Control are being asked to review whether car 22 here is ignoring blue flags and needs to be forcefully asked to, or instructed to step aside by Race Control in this stage, as they'll carry on for another lap, at least as they were. But Rosella is already, well, right over the rear wing of the 22 machine. Does he have the run in a straight line? I don't think he does. Is that TTR car just running, I think, a little bit less rear wing enough to be able to hang on in the straight line, despite not having a clear slipstream as they come around the corners? Brenton Hobson next to our drivers from towards the front of the field.
Oh, big dive.
There we go. Yeah, I saw that too.
They touch. Myers stays ahead. It checked all of them up to the point where no one's really gained. Rosella almost grabs the grass. Here comes Madison Down. Is he going to make it 3 wide? Yes, he is. Brady Myers is going to get out of dodge. And now Madison Down is on the wrong side of the racetrack at turn 6. He realizes that and tucks in behind Rosella. But how about the over-under down the hill? And oh, there was not contact. That was a bit of netcode. Had the perfect view for that in my sim. And Rosella, unfortunately, the victim to the internet.
Yeah, unfortunately there indeed. But had that gone the way we kind of wanted to see it happen, that was a absolute textbook maneuver executed there by Madison Down. To be honest, it's one of the first drivers I've seen not try and hang it around the outside, actually willing to give it up and set everything up for turn number 8, 9 there. Sorry, there's a bit of trouble down at turn 4. Robbie Gibbs, I think it was Luke Holland in the 333 machine. They're both, I think, going again now as Rosella will finally pit, as it was sort of suggested maybe Rosella should have tried to go for the undercut on tyres, but at the same time, maybe really trying to make sure his car would last, as we've now got a fair bit of lap traffic in and amongst our lead lap drivers, and also thanks to pit stop shuffling this order up even further.
Yeah.
It's been very congested all over the place.
Because we're doing lap times that are only 67 seconds, it means that if you're, just outside the top 10 even, and you pit, you're going to go a lap down. And so it's causing a massively jumbled up running order right now. Kostecki has got Robert Gibbs and Dylan Rudd in front of him, who are 32nd and 33rd. Behind him, Shane Van Gisbergen, and then Bradley Ratto in 35th, who is the first car a lap down at the moment. And I noticed that the gap's gone back out between Kostecki and Van Gisbergen, and that happened when Kostecki was in clean air. When he was tucked up behind Brady Myers, that's when that gap came down again. So I wonder if that may happen again here, because the two cars in front of Brody right now, they're battling for position. They're not going to be too keen to give up time, but it looks like Gibbs will do the right thing here and just peel away to the left, allow Kostecki the racing line for turn 6. And that's a smart play. He'll try to follow Kostecki through now and follow him by Dylan Rudd.
See if Dylan Rudd extends the same courtesy to your race leader in the next couple of turns once that 999 can catch up with the 990. I mean, while Robbie Gibbs would certainly love to be given a helping hand in terms of getting past Dylan Rudd, he will have to make sure he keeps his eyes in the rearview mirror for Shane Van Gisbergen as we check in with the fight between Wayne Burke and Joe Stewart for 4th and 5th. And Jazz, producer Kenny just says, where's the bonnet of Burke's car gone all of a sudden? Because that wasn't how that car was when we checked in with it. And Stewart will take the slipstream down in turn 1 and say, thank you, I'll have your place.
Yeah, he's probably missing a bit of straight line speed now as a result of that. So he started 12th. He made his way up to 4th for all the early carnage. But somewhere along the line, as he's 11 seconds off the race lead, he has had some drama. He did a 109.0 on lap 18. That could be the offending lap.
I like the sound of that. I'm going to go personally check that out. Yep, he had a bonnet at the start of lap 18. And the reason he doesn't have one anymore is the 333 of Luke Holland having a moment of their own up at turn 4.
Was it the rejoin? Because I just seen a message in the chat for a rejoin for 333.
Yeah, there was a rejoin attempt by Luke Holland in the 333 that did not do Wayne Burke any favours.
All right, so I'm seeing this for the first time with you all through the chicane. All is well and good. And their teammates as well. Apparently, that's not favourable.
Now, even with the slipstream now from Job Stewart, you can just see 35 Pursuit Sim Racing car edging a car length or two away every lap. It seems. Look at Kobe Williams. Yes, he is down to the pit lane next in that 994 green bean machine. On the other side of the circuit, that is, at least. And unfortunately for Wayne Burke, looks like this is going to be a cruel and slow run to the end of this one here.
We just passed. Sorry.
Not sure he's going to enjoy this one from here on out if that's the way things look like they're going to be at this point.
No. But he's still 5th. He's going to pit now. He's still got a top 10. That's a lot of points gained on Brady Myers, who continues to be 39th. And Jordan Ross as well. He's pitted, so we're not too sure where he really lies in the running order. He's currently 16th. It's not too bad considering he has made a pit stop. That's a car that's off the road. Is that down at turn 9? Where is that? Yeah, it is. That's turn 9. Damaged front and rear for Damian Johnston. Now, what's he doing? Is he going to rejoin, or is he going to? No, he's gonna get back to the racetrack here, just finding the right moment to do it and not rejoin into the path of anyone. Finds a good spot, good awareness there. As we pick up the race leader, we're not 100% where everyone lies after the pit stops, but it certainly looks like it's quickly become a 2-horse race between Brody Kostecki and Shane Van Gisbergen. Here's Brenton Hobson and Wayne Burke. They're the leading cars that have made their pit stop. So Hobson is in a very good spot. I heard what you heard. We've got a car stopped on the racetrack.
Johnston has parked it before turn 11. He's off the line, but on the asphalt. This almost certainly will be a safety car as he's not been allowed to tow. And there we go, confirmation. We are going yellow here in the first race of Split 1 at Sandown. And for all of the leading drivers yet to pit, this is a good time. Hayden Sell, Chris Coxhead, and Blake Purdy are the first 3 who are going to take full advantage of this safety car call.
How did that car stop? He had power to get out of the gravel trap from a standstill. So the engine was obviously working somewhat. Now Brody Kostecki's not going very quickly on his way back to pit lane here. Is Wayne Burke going to fire to the race lead with Brenton Hobson, who's actually ahead of him? He's the one in the box seat. They're heading down the back straight now. Kostecki into pit lane. I think they should be fine, but they certainly lost a bit of time on that in lap. And Van Gisbergen closed right up to the back of his compatriot.
Yeah, it is interesting just seeing Damian Johnston. Just have a quick look at my personal replay here.
Quick stops for Kostecki and Van Gisbergen. No changes in their positions. Go on, Dan.
Yeah, Johnson actually put the brakes on and brought the car to a halt on the racing surface. It seems, from what I can see there, from just quickly observing the replay. So, look, maybe a little interesting, maybe controversial, depending on who you how you look at it.
I think that's all we'll say about that then. So, our running order appears to be largely unchanged. Brody Kostecki's the race leader from Van Gisbergen. Madison Downs worked his way into third. Job Stewart's fourth. Tom Freer fifth. Brenton Hobson sixth. Ahead of Wayne Burke in seventh. Leading car in true championship contention, but he's right in front of Jordan Ross.
And we know, well, and it seems to be the case, that that Burke's car definitely hurting after the incident with Luke Holland back on lap 18. So that could be a little tough there for the 89. And, well, in case you did want another explanation of the dominance of Synergy Sim Racing, and, well, just this are the numbers they bring to the party this year, Ryan. Positions 5 through 9 are all currently held by SSR cars on track.
The restart's going to be pretty interesting here. It'll be cold tyres again for the majority of the field. Now we saw some chaos at the start of this race with those colder tyres. Where Kostecki chooses to go will be pretty crucial to how this one plays out.
Should be no surprises that on a restart we'll see the leader probably pick to go enter or exiting turn 12 with the final proper turn here at Sandown, because turn 13 apparently is the kink, counts as the kink just before the timing line. And yeah, so we saw that in split 2 from Paul Young when he was leading that race under yellow. I expect we should see a similar thing from Brody Kostecki. No real shockers there. Give yourself the most advantage you can get with a better drive off the turn as we continue to watch the field circulate here under yellow. We do have some lap cars in and amongst the group here at this stage. It's the top 2 as they are on the road, but then we've got those 3 cars there in between Van Gisbergen and Down, and we're going to go green at the end of this lap, so we are not moving those cars out of the way here, which means that Madison Down has got a little bit more work than he would like to do if he wants to go after the top 2 once again.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky. Always tricky with lapped cars in the mix. And those top 2, though, crucially, no cars between them. Now, is Kostecki going to go early, or is he going to hold them right to the end? That's the real question. Is he worried about the slipstream that Van Gisbergen could get down the main straight, tucked in behind him? As drivers get the reminder about the restart rules. No overlapping until the apex of the final quarter. No passing until the start-finish line. There are 3 cars between Van Gisbergen and Madison Down in second and third. So, scope for SVG to be aggressive here and not lose. Kostecki's going to wait. He's going to hold the field back. This is going to get messy. People are going to be anticipating a jump, and it's not going to come until the very last second. Kostecki guns it. We're back green in Sandown. Van Gisbergen is right there in the wheel tracks of Kostecki. Is he close enough for a lunge? Down at turn 1 on the restart.
Oh, we had a wreck on the restart.
And there it is. There's the messiness that was always going to come from a late restart in sim racing. People try to anticipate and they always get it wrong. The front half of the field have done it cleanly. Car off in the grass, touring the outside of turn 1. Oh, sideways again as they hop the curbs after the rejoin. Madison Down goes to work trying to pick his way through those lapped cars.
Off second of the 3 there. Luke Holland in the 333 as Job Stewart will swing around the outside for turn 6 there. Gets the job done. Madison Down now has just Michael Whiting between himself and Shane Mangisbergen. There's all kinds of drama further on back in the top 10. I'm seeing Jake Maloney. It is getting involved. We've got Corey Shepherd already back up towards 13th place. 3 wide on the next to the 9.
Roby Williams involved back across the racetrack in front of lots of cars. And the track is basically blocked. The track is blocked on the exit of turn 9 into turn 10. Cars everywhere.
That's the big one right there. And it all starts with the 143 of Jordan Ross up here, trying to defend from Jake Maloney. That was a very serious defense into turn 6. That then sends them up and over the curbs through 7 and 8. Hayden Vell tries to get involved into turn 9. The safety car is coming back out straight away.
Yeah, no shock there. Dylan Rudd stopped on the racetrack. His engine's gone. And I think that the track's blocked. Really good call anyway. But, I mean, it's a very similar incident to what we saw at the start of the race. Car gets turned on the exit of turn 9 and there's just not enough room for everyone to filter through.
A lot of cars coming in here at speed though, and as a result, the carnage keeps happening there for a fair bit longer than I'd say it probably could have been. As there we go, safety car out on the circuit, and
I wonder if we can
taking very quick
see
service
what
there.
happened before the restart. You mentioned a crash.
Sean McNamara right pretty much at the timing line in the 951 car was around. So
I mean,
ended 27, started 28, something happening there. No, pardon me, ended 26, started 27.
it
Issues
happens
there.
almost every time. I mean, it's perfectly legal. The leader can go whenever they want, but it happens all the time. Sim racing and Rua, when the leader just decides to go at the last second, there's always people that try to anticipate the launch. Gaps close down quickly.
Always be given help.
Have less and less time to react, and that was all that happened then. But he had to jump on the brakes. Car behind him didn't have enough time to react. You look to jump on the throttle at that point, not jump on the brakes, and that's why we see those incidents.
Yeah. Everyone presuming what was going to happen was not what was happening up ahead. And that is unfortunate, to say the least. Sebastian Vandel in the number 4 machine was the car that got into the rear of McNamara in the 951 entry. That's caused that small moment there. But okay, we're down to 30 cars on the lead lap of the race. Corey Shepherd, who was valiantly trying to charge back on through. Now, odds on being he's the second last car in the order now, as Robbie Gibbs had been in the pits for some time taking extensive repairs. He would have been entangled surely down at turn 9 when the whole melee happened. Indeed, that is the case. Everything going off ahead of him, for example. That's why he went to the pits. But he's come out with a mostly undamaged car. He just drove into Hayden's cell as it was all going off. So he's fixed up, as far as I can tell. But your top 5, let's actually count this. Tom Freer there. Hobson and Burke are clear. So top 7, pardon me, are all now clear of lap traffic. They will have a chance to race each other right off the start here once we get back to that, as more cars pile on in to the pit lane.
The more carnage we see, Dan, the more carnage we see, the better it is for Brady Myers, who's now 34th. It's still not great, but it's more points than if he was 40th. He's hoping that this race continues to end with absolute calamity. Yes, he might end up using this as a drop round, but if he goes ahead and wins the last race, maybe he won't be using this one as a drop round. So he's got to try and get as many points as he can. Jordan Ross currently sitting in 8th position. He's the first car that's got to pass some laps traffic before he can make any moves for position. And Wayne Berg in 7th, the other main championship contender, the last car that doesn't have to pass lap cars. So they're 7th and 8th on the road, but there's 3 cars between them.
Oh, advantage Burke then. Once we get to that restart, we're not going to get it here at the end of lap 29. So Going to get to the end of lap 30 at least before we go green once again.
We are going to
I
restart
take that back.
this lap.
It is a late call for the safety car to pull away from the field.
Well, will Kostecki do the same thing? He was very close to being in passing range for Shane Van Gisbergen with that late jump on the previous restart. You never want to be predictable. So doing the same thing 2 restarts in a row doesn't always work.
Yeah, he goes
And he's
early.
not going to. He hits the throttle as he comes out of the last corner, but I tell you what, Van Gisbergen has judged that perfectly. He's gone right with him. And he's closer than he was the previous restart. But he lifts off. He doesn't want to make the move into turn 1. Happy to sit there in behind Kostecki. Maybe he wants to pull a gap to the cars behind before they start battling. And it looks a lot cleaner up and down the field.
Yeah, well, this time, no one's having to slam on the anchors out of turn 12 to check things up, and the field is spreading hard thanks to the traffic in the middle of the queue. And the guys at the back of the top 10 are having to deal with it here. Hayden Bell getting on by the 205 of Michael Angus in that Fishy Motorsports car. Angus, unfortunately, down in 32nd place. It's actually the car up the road almost from Brady Myers. As these guys on the lead lap all file on by through there. Maloney, Kuznetsov, Rosella, and that's Kenneth Latta almost going in a bit too hot to turn 9, but he does just pull it up alongside Angus. And it's busy further on back as well behind this at turn 9 and 10. We can see they're also still just further on behind too as well. It's just everywhere. We've got absolute busy. As all trouble in this little group in and around the 20s here. Dylan Pereira almost loses it on turn 12. He does hang on to it though. So this group is able to keep on racing here.
Could have been trouble. Not quite. Look at the gap for the next group of cars ahead of them though. They've all lost quite a bit of time. A couple of Racing Oz cars running almost side by side together there. It's on to the back straight. We go back further up the field. Looking at the 79 at the front of the field. That's Rian Leonage. Youngest. Oh, shunt up into turn 6. Into the fence. Hard. That was Michael Whiting. What happened there?
The lead lap cars are coming through, and Hayden Veld looking to go to the inside for turn 6, just as 025 of Whiting looks to get out of the way on the left side of the circuit. Again, a case of, perhaps just miscommunication here. Veld looking to move off the racing line and expect the lap car to hold position. As you can see, tracking center towards the right side of the road, then pulls left just as Veld went to go there as well.
General rule for lapped cars, hold your line. They will make the pass. Or if you're going to pull off line, do it early. Bit too late there for Whiting, and he crashes. He's allowed to tow back to pit lane. He won't go safety car for a 3rd time in this race yet.
Go back to live pictures. The top 2, 7/10 the second, the margin half a second back then there from Van Gisbergen to Madison Down. Who's still trying to ride with these guys as we over the curb at Dandenong Road. Shane Van Gisbergen demonstrating there how treacherous that little bit of track can be, and that puts Madison Down right on his gearbox there through turns 11, 12. They actually just switched there for a second. I think that was another blink from Van Gisbergen. We saw a little blink from him on the restart, watching back from Kostecki.
It's Madison. Madison's having some connection problems.
Oh, delightful. They're both having moments here and there.
Not a good day for Trans-Tasman Racing and connectivity. Brady Myers dropping up before the start, and now Madison Down, dropping out here and there, but not out of the server. It's a 1.2 second gap then. Kostecki back to Van Gisbergen with just 8.5 laps to go. That mistake for SVG really eased the pressure from the back of Kostecki. Madison Down's got a very good slipstream up to the top of the hill, but he's not close enough to put a move on Van Gisbergen, who will try to take any focus away from his mirrors, put it forward, see if he can run down Kostecki now in the closing stages of this race.
watch this one here. And just currently, oh, trouble down at turn 8 and 9 again. Tyler Blackburn and Brad Newman have gotten together. And as a result, this group of cars here fighting in and around, well, just outside the top 20, I should say. They've also got this is the group with Brady Myers, who's still in this one here, unable to break free, but just trying to get clear at the same time so he can hopefully get a chance to gain places as they all work themselves out. It'll be Robert Gibbs to the front group as it's on for second, Ryan.
Wheel to wheel, they'll head up the hill. Madison Down's got preferred line, but if there's anyone who I think will hang around the outside, it's Van Gisbergen. How's this going to play out? Into turn 6. Shane tries to stay there, but there's just no grip. And Madison Down goes through into second. And Job Stewart gets an invitation to join the party.
That he does. And again, always good to see Down there. Not too aggressive on the way into turn 6. Did what he needed to do, pulled it up just right on the apex, and the space was there for Van Gisbergen if he could just try and hook it down tight, which he didn't quite get that particular time around, but still 7 laps to go there for this group of drivers, just under that now, and plenty of opportunities to have another crack at it then, methinks, as they make their way up through turns 2, 3, and 4 here at Sandown.
3 seconds for Brody Kostecki. Remember the restart when Van Gisbergen was close enough to at least have an attempt at passing Kostecki, and he laid back and thought better of it. Will he be regretting that? Because right now, he's an absolute mile away from any opportunity to win this race. Just 6 laps to go and they come across the line. And Van Gisbergen is going to be hard-pressed to finish second. Madison Down's going to be hard-pressed to finish second as well, because he's under a lot of pressure from a man that makes very few mistakes when he goes racing.
Yep, try that again. Those podium places are far from decided as we watch here off of turns 12 and 13. Gisbergen trying to work a slightly more narrow run to shorten the distance. Down, staying wide. Maybe that's to try and give some traction. Maybe just to try and break a bit of slipstream initially here. Both drivers looking fairly well matched, and they've just given a car's length to Stewart here. Whether that's Stewart just making sure he's got some space in case the worst is to come, or if that's an indication the pace differential, we'll have to see as the next lap or 2 ticks on. That time off of turn 4, though, it looks like Down puts that car length that he needs, put himself and Van Gisbergen to be not under too much pressure, you'd think, here down the end of the backstretch.
That was a great exit for Madison Down. All about that throttle application. Tyres are a little bit worn by this stage. They've had a couple of safety cars though, so not done as many laps as they would have normally under green flag conditions on this rubber at this stage of the race. And as these two battle, they're slowly stretching away again from Job Stewart, who just doesn't have the pace to go with them, it seems. He needs them to go side by side and really slow each other up if he wants to get amongst this and look at finishing on the podium himself.
Just watch Luke Rosella send it up the inside of Hayden Veld. That puts the 53 back to P10, the 55 up to P9. And Jake Maloney's trying to get involved at turn 4. He doesn't, though. He will hang on to his spot, but he loses the grip of the SSR train ahead of him here. He does have time back to double away the grip Kuznetsov, though, so no major pressure is further on back there. We're just seeing that looks to be Chris Coxhead and Luke Mitchinson, Brad Ratu going at it, along with the now lapped car of James Chastanoff just circulating at this point. There was a pass at the start of the lap for Coxhead on Mitchinson there.
Gap is out to 4.1 seconds. Kostecki's running away and he's not looking back. 4 laps to go, sorry. In this opening race of the night for Split 1. Stewart runs a bit wide. Madison Down continues to blink in and out of existence in front of Shane Van Gisbergen. Now the exits from turn 4. Crucial exits from turn 4. It was good initially from Madison Down, but he lit up the rears as he hopped over the exit of that curb. I think he's still just far enough in front of the 97 on this lap. I think Van Gisbergen's certainly better on the brakes, quicker, and a big dive, opportunistic and experienced for Van Gisbergen, lights up the rears. Great crossover from Madison Down to get back in front of him. I don't know how there wasn't contact there. That was a great little exchange. Van Gisbergen with the opportunistic move, Madison Down with the excellent switchback and the car control from both of them, who were lighting up the rears, and Job Stewart edges closer again. He was a couple tenths quicker. Van Gisbergen wants another look at turn 1. He's deep on the brakes, forcing his way up the inside. Madison Down holds tough on the outside. They make a bit of contact that time. When they can't go side by side through the chicane, back in line they go, single file. And now Job Stewart's right on the back of Van Gisbergen.
He's going to make a move. I think it's going to have to be, well, either makes a move himself now or just waits for this to go again. This time Van Gisbergen gets the nose to the inside round the kink at turn 5. The inside for turn 6 is now his. Can down do the switchback we saw from him earlier on here. He will try and actually hang it. No, he will not. Pardon me. The angle there, a bit deceptive there. It'll mean that Van Gisbergen gets there and he covers off the inside as they all go bumper to bumper down to turn 9. Stewart looking to try and hustle there on the number 1 machine of Down. He forces Down defensive into the final couple of corners here at the track. It's also bringing the 88 of Brenton Hobson into the picture. He's moved himself up to position number 5 in the process of all this happening here. He's 2 to go. Oh, I guess Ryan. Sorry. 2 to go at the line. And Hobbo might be on for P3 here if the firecrackers keep going on here in this group.
I'll take that compliment. Madison wasn't trying to hang around the outside. I think Shane just balked it at the apex a little bit, tried to hang him out there because Job Stewart was trying to get his nose up the inside of Down as well, and Madison was able to turn left, get behind the rear bumper of Shane not a moment too soon before Job Stewart took him too wide as well. So great driving from all 3 of them. And all that's done is it has ballooned the lead out front to 7 seconds in favour of Brody Kostecki. It's by far the largest margin we've had all race. The margin barely went over 1.5 seconds in the first 30 laps, but that mistake from Shane opened up a can of worms of battling behind him. Out front, Kostecki will take 1 to go in car 999.
And he will. 3 kilometres of racetrack left for Job Stewart to get himself onto the podium here in the first race for Split 1 from Sandown tonight. In saying that, he doesn't have the run down the front straightaway here on Madison Down to contest. And Down, again, expertly pulls it up for turn number 1 and gets himself settled on the exit. As a result, up and over the curbs, aggressive through 2. As Job Stewart too much in the grass on the way to turn 4. Does that open the opportunity to Brenton Hobson to take the spot? Not quite. Hobbo a little too far back. As there we go. They're going to give Wayne Burke every opportunity he can get. Tom Freer will step aside to allow the 89 up into P number 6. As Kostecki already down into turn 9, Dandenong Road. Clears the corner with ease at this point. Obviously 7 seconds clear of everyone else behind him at this phase of the race into turn 11. And turn 12 here will come. And after weathering the storm early on, Brody Kostecki, starting from the pole tonight, will take the win in race number 1 at Sandown there, comfortably and comprehensively. And they're going to allow Burke through all the way to P4 as Hobbo steps aside in the 88 machine. He will take P5 once again there. And, no, pardon me, Hobson up to down to P6 with Burke to P5. As look at this scrap that we missed out here that's gone on behind.
Sorts of late battling there. Pretty undisguised team orders over at Synergy Sim Racing. Battle for 23rd rather. Justin Wallace comes behind, 22nd behind McNamara and ahead of Blackburn teammates in 23rd and 24th. And that does us for race 1. There's still another one to come. Brody Kostecki wins by 7.4 seconds from Shane Van Gisbergen and Madison Down rounding out the podium. Job Stewart in 4th, ahead of Wayne Burke, who gets up to 5th. Big race for the championship. Brenton Hobson 6th, Tom Freer 7th. First of the Fords in 7th. Jordan Ross 8th, Luke Rosella 9th. And Jake Maloney crosses the line for P10.
P11 tonight, it's going to go to Rick Kuznetsov there in race 1 ahead of Hayden Veld in 12th and Kenneth Latter in 13th place. Rehan Leonage for 14th ahead of Sebastian Flock up to 15th place there. 16th goes to Thomas Hinds ahead of Chris Coxhead in 17th. 18th to Luke Mitchinson, 19th to Brad Ratu, and 20th goes to Dylan Pereira in the number 61.
Robert Gibbs comes home in 22nd, just ahead of, well, not just ahead, 5 seconds ahead of Sean McNamara. That battle we watched across the line ahead of Justin Wallace and Tyler Blackburn. Kurt Stenberg in 25th ahead of Brad Newman. Thomas Freeman, Jamie Dyke, James Chastaneuf, and Brady Myers comes home in 30th. He got one of his laps back. He ended up 1 lap down in the end, but a huge swing in the championship that race. He'll have to fight back in race 2. Michael Angus and Kobe Williams also finishing a lap down. Everyone else retired.
Yep, hefty retirement bill for our opening race at Sandown here for the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2022 season. Going to go to a Virtual Racing School replay from the end of race number 1. We've got Hayden Veld and Jake Maloney on screen here, coming down into Dandenong Road for what I presume was the final time in the race. Maloney trying to get up the inside of Veld will just open the door enough there to force the issue. It'll also allow Rick Kuznetsov around the outside into 11 and 12, and that explains how they finished the way they did. So then this group.
Hayden won't be happy about that. Held on all the race for P10 and then got done with a bump from Maloney coming up to the final couple of corners.
All right, we're going to take a short break here in the commentary booth at SimSpeed TV, but we'll be back in a couple minutes' time to continue our coverage of the Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint Race 2 after the break here with these messages from our partners.
World of Outlaws Dirt Racing is available now. Download your copy today.
This is your chance to get behind the wheel. The opportunity to race just like the pros. From the grassroots levels, where we all got our start, to the most popular race cars on the planet. From the fairgrounds of Nashville to the high banks of Daytona, to tracks that will never be forgotten. Realistic driving, intense competition, all from the comfort of your own home. This is the ultimate motorsports simulation. This is iRacing.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRating roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums. Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.
Welcome back to coverage from the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS 2022 season. Round 14 of 15. The Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint. My name is Daniel Yeaman, and unfortunately had to say goodbye to Ryan Jones in the comms box whilst we were on break there. So I'll be leading the charge here on for race number 2. Although I suspect I might be joined a little bit by Jay Kennedy on the microphone
I'll
to assist.
come and talk with you, mate. Hello, everybody. What a fun race that first one was.
Well, fun's one way to put it, I guess. Yeah,
It
a
was
lot
something.
of pandemonium, a lot of things we were trying to keep covered there here in the box, and well, it all ended up coming down to a bit of a runaway, it seemed, for Brody Kostecki once the fighting really built up there for second place. We're currently just waiting on the server for race 2 to pop on up, but well, we do have some things that we can talk about.
Exciting things we can talk about.
That is true. I would say they are quite exciting there indeed.
How about we do it this way? This is how we can do it. Let me click this button. There we go. Round 1, 2023. Can confirm. Second weekend of February 9 through to 12. As ever popular, Circuit Gilles Villeneuve will host round 1. And looking forward to it. It's going to be very, very fun. Weekend after the real world Bathurst 12 hour. Perfect time to start the season.
Yep, sure will be. The traditional home of the Virtual Racing School V8SCOPS season opener will be back to resume its duties in February of 2023. And indeed, being able to bring it back to racing, bring back the virtual racing just after the weekend after the Bathurst 12 hour here in real life, I think that'll be a great way to kick things off there at the start of the season. And then we do have one other date, at least, that we can announce for the 2023 V8SCOPS schedule, do we not?
We do. When I click the right button, this should hopefully work when I do this. There we go. We can confirm the weekend of the Bathurst 1000 as well will be midway through September 13 through to 17. We'll have support series categories. We'll have heaps of stuff going on that weekend as well. So same as we had this year as well, with the qualifying Saturday, race day Sunday. Should be absolutely fantastic once again. Looking forward to it. Will be another great weekend of racing.
It sure will indeed. The crown jewel of the season calendar will also be the conclusion of another Endurance Cup, with dates for those ones there to come at a
well, that's
a
not
later
confirmed
date.
yet. It may not be the conclusion of the Enduro Cup. It may be the middle point of the Enduro Cup. Still working on some details around that, but we're still locking in some dates. Full schedule will be announced in the coming weeks, but we just wanted to get those first couple of dates out to get people a little bit excited, because we are excited.
Fair enough indeed. Doesn't obviously help that, say, we don't have a full supercars calendar for 2023, which...
Yeah, a lot of real-world stuff still waiting to be announced. Makes it a little bit more difficult, but yeah, most of what we can sort of slot in, we've started to, and we'll have the full schedule out as soon as we can announce it.
Well, look forward to be able to bring all those dates to you in the coming weeks. As we've just been advised, the server is going up any second now. So I think if we can, let's turn our attention to the top 10 of the grid that we're going to have here for race number 2. since, of course, the split qualifying format and the fact that the second best times in qualifying from earlier on this evening here for split 1 will set this grid for race number 2. And should I have a quick look at the race 1 grid? And here is the top 10 in race number 2 that we've got for you here. Things are a little bit shuffled, but not too much, at least at the very front of the order. Your top 2 are unchanged. It'll be Brody Kostecki and Corey Shepherd once again to line up on that front row as they were for the race 1 order. Where it does start to change is here on row number 2. Luke Rosell is going to move himself up from a P6 starting position in race number 1 to P3 here for race 2. Shane Van Gisbergen is shuffled back 1 to P4. Wayne Burke moves himself all the way up from P12, actually, Jay, from the race 1 grid to P5 here for race 2. And he will be joined on that third row by Brenton Hobson, P number 6 for the number 88. It keeps going. It never stops.
Look, we joke about the meme and how funny it is, but I mean, it's no coincidence how often it happens. So it is getting quite funny how often it happens. So that's the top 10 as they'll start. The rest of the grid will run through over the next couple of minutes. But yeah, a little bit of shuffling. I mean, the other noticeable name that's not in that top 10, remember we had Brady Myers, who was supposed to start up in the top 5 in that the first race, but obviously had technical issues. He's not in the top 10. So he's starting way back in P number 11.
He's just off the graphic if it carried on.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a bit more mixed up as you go back down through the field as well. I mean, Jordan Ross in 14th, probably a little bit further than you'd expect. Job Stewart back in 17th. That's probably a bit further down you may have expected. James Chastano, if he had a really good qualifying for that first lap to start, I think it was 28th, he'll start back in 49th. And Jake Maloney, he'll start at the back. Remember, he didn't do a single qualifying time in either to get a run in either session. So he'll be right at the rear of the field.
Yeah, that is very true indeed. I think it's also worth noting you got Dylan Rudd looking at this graphic, and here he moves himself up from 13th in race 1 to 8th here in race 2. Almost similarly there. We've got Tom Freer moves up a spot into 7th and all that there. Hobson and Burke actually started race 1 also on the same row, but they were sharing row number 6 for that first race. They swapped their order around and share row number 3, as I was saying early on. Madison Down has only dropped a couple of spots to P9, but still just a little bit further back. And Rick Kuznetsov actually is one of the only other driver in the top 10, I should say, who actually starts in the same position there with P10. So, yeah, not too many surprises, but yeah, a couple of drivers there critically missing a bit of time on their second flying lap versus their first. Now, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, I wish to find the second race server, and I have. So I need to get in there.
You need to hurry up and get in there. We've got 6 minutes until we get the grid started to take shape. And I can confirm the weather conditions a little bit different from what we saw in the early race. Time of day in race session is around about 7 p.m, just before 7 p.m. So sun has started to set, starting to get quite dark. And as you know, Melbourne nights start to get a little bit cool once the sun starts to sneak behind the horizon. So we're down to 20 degrees track conditions. So air temp around the same as what we had during that race, around about that 18, 19 degrees, but track temperature down about 7 degrees from what we saw in race 1. Wind conditions still the same as well. So that's a plus for the drivers. The wind still behaving in the same manner, but the track is a little bit cooler than what we saw in the early race.
Yeah, temperatures were coming down over the course of race 1 as well. Did have a look at that a couple of times during that race session. But as you said, we'll be actually, if we get safety cars again, we'll be actually not too far off hitting the point of sunset, potentially.
We might need lights on at the end if we get a few safety cars. Fingers crossed we don't. Interesting that the first race we had tonight, the split 2 race, it went for 48 minutes. The first race, the split 1, went for 50 minutes and 20 seconds. What's bets on the second race here? How long will it go for?
Should we just keep the pattern going then?
So what's that? 52? 53 minutes? Yeah, all right. We'll see what happens.
Is the sucker's bet in that case?
Hopefully, we don't go too overtime. We don't want to run too long and have this race go for an hour and a half. But I mean, if the action's as good as we saw in race 1, yeah, okay, if it's pretty hectic. But yeah, fingers crossed it's a little bit less messy than we saw in that race then.
Yeah, and one of the drivers who definitely hoping it's less messy. Well, actually, funnily enough, his race wasn't messy per se. It's just on the back foot from the get-go, thanks to that drop in the gridding phase. Was the man on screen with you now there, Brady Myers. Now, to catch you all up on the championship situation, of course, coming into tonight's races, Brady was leading the championship by 151 points over Wayne Burke. Now, tonight's racing needs to be factored in as a potential drop round for these drivers as well, so this may change the way the points actually are going into that final race. But I can tell you that it may be, at this stage, that the gap is down to just 76 points between Brady Myers and Wayne Burke at the front of that championship standing. So that was what it was coming in to tonight's racing in that top 10. Jordan Ross obviously also coming into this one. He'll have chipped away a good chunk of points there as well. Obviously not quite as much and still more of an outside shot. So the question is, will we see a similar thing in race 2 where it's all SSR firepower lined up behind Wayne Burke where possible come the end of the race? Certainly they were doing what they could for Berkey in that first race earlier, Jay, although that wasn't so much a case of Wayne being off the pace of his own merit there. The incident with Luke Holland rejoined for the 333 in that race, causing him a bit of grief and doing a whole lot of damage to Burke's car in the process.
Yeah, I think a little bit of grief is probably an understatement as to what happened there. He's definitely was very unfortunate, and he had really good pace early on, didn't he? So, going to be interesting to see with the mixed up. Yeah, I mean, it's not hugely mixed up. You've still got people within their groups, but some are a little bit further back than they would normally be. A couple of drivers out of sequence. Drivers that would be right at the front of the group that they would normally race in are in the middle of the group that they race in. So, you know, you've got people that are still racing together, but they're out of sequence from where they would normally sit. So it's going to be interesting to see who can make moves, who can come through. And, I mean, yeah, we've just seen too, Jake Maloney. His pace is actually pretty decent. The lap time he's just done there, it puts him 5th in the session now. But of course, starting at the back of the grid once again, he's trying to work his way through the field once more. He did a pretty good job in race 1, but we're hoping that it will be a little bit less controversial in the second.
Yeah. Sure would hope so indeed. Because we don't want to be having too much more drama in terms of drama that's not needed per se. Certainly any good racing scraps on the track, or a bit of maybe pit stop strategy changing things up for us tonight in this second race. The safety cars open the door for some alternate strategies to work, or cause a bit of grief for a driver in the sense of just not being at the right time. Certainly a lot to play with here as the clock continues to tick on down as we approach the end of this warm-up for these drivers, and basically a chance just for everyone to get into the server, and then we get this racing back underway. Shame is Van Gisbergen going to just put a bit of speed down on the circuit here real quick. Go the fastest time in the warm-up with that 106.441. But that's just a little symbol, if more than anything. Who can catch Brody Kostecki after what we saw in race number 1? Will it be a sweep from the 999 pole position, race 1 win? Question mark left for race 2, of course. Checkered flag flies in this session, and now we can walk you through that grid. I think we've got 2 minutes here.
We've only got one.
We've only got one. Okay, then, right. So we'll try and rifle through this one really quickly. We know our top 10, so I might just skip that entirely real quickly. We'll just throw it up on screen here real quick for you, as we just talked, of course, through it there. And then we'll pick it up here with Brady Myers and Robert Gibbs just outside that top 10 here on the 6th row. Latter from Ross, Leonage, Veld, Stewart, and Flock to round out our first 9 rows. Williams and Johnson, the top 20s. Varndale, Coxhead on row 11. Freeman and McNamara on row number 12. Hinson, Loxton, Stenberg, and Dyke. Newman and Sell to round out your top 30 with Purdy and Whiting on row number 16. Holland and Mitchinson, Ratu and Angus. And on the 18th row, Blackburn, Pereira, Chastaneuf, Wallace, and Maloney. Our 41 starters for this second of races here for the Too Easy Finance Sandown Split Sprint. The time has hit 0. The revs will rise once again here at Sandown to wrap up the weekend's racing. We go green here at Sandown, and it's a big bit of wheel spin there for Van Gisbergen. Hobson's going to go around into the outside on the way to turn 1. It'll be Kostecki, though, to the lead as Burke in deep to take P4 from Hobson. And we go single file through turn 1 for the most part up front. Middle of the pack is a little busy here, but so far okay. As we come up to 2 and 3. No, Myers around at turn 3.
Wow, SVG involved in that too. Rudd, Madison down also. See another card, I think that's Ratu also involved. So messy start. Rosella trying to get past Corey Shepherd down the back straight as well. I think he's backed out of that at the last second. They're side by side into the S's. They're going to get through the other side okay. By the looks of it, yes they will. Wayne Burke trying to pounce on this though.
Surely he will pounce. SVG up the inside. At turn 6 at the back of the field has just avoided killing one of the Fishy Motorsport Mustangs. It was Michael Angus. The 205 is back. Oh, we've got massive issues. Actually taking that 205 out. Hayden Sells picked up huge amounts of damage. Whether that was because of that, we've got one of the analytical race on Oz cars around there. That looks to be Tyler Blackburn in the 947. So lap 1 has been ablaze once again with drama and troubles. And critically, Brady Myers is back to position 38 once again at the end of lap number 1.
Wow, this is huge for his championship. This round, you can almost lock it in now as a drop round, can't you? There's no way that he's going to have anything worse than this round. Absolutely horrible night for him, but he'll fight back at the last round. Still on for the lead, but you can see there Tom Freya giving Hobson a little bit of a hurry up. Was Rick Kuznetsov in his new team joining 9.5 SimSport this week. He's ready to pounce on these guys straight away.
Yeah, Brady Myers' worst score at a V8SCOPS round in 2022 was the Imola 500, where he still scored 276 out of a possible 450 points. So, he only scored tonight.
Well, I think it might as well be a duck egg. It's effectively a duck egg.
He scored 132 in race 1 with P30. So he'd have to finish no better than 29th place. Actually, even then, he would have to finish 29th place to equal that result. So yeah, as you said, lock it in. And that
a little bit of
give
contact.
a small advantage, but still big cut down in that lead as this fighting carries on at the front. This time Corey Shepherd is trying to stick with Brody Kostecki up front. Luke Rosella is on his rear wing though as they head to turn 6 for the third time in this one. Down the hill they'll come. Shepherd's looking racy. He's going to try and get up the inside and he's actually going to move Kostecki out of the way. That puts them both off the road. Rosella to the lead. Burke to second. Going to make this a little bit more exciting again.
Shepherd's staying there in that group, isn't he? He hasn't dropped much ground at all, so he's dropped back to third. But Kostecki back to P7. He's back there with Jordan Ross and Kenneth Latta. But Luke Rosella, one of the biggest developments within the series this year, now leads his first lap of the race.
That he does. And is this now where he potentially actually plays a front gunner situation of sorts for Wayne Burke? Maybe Burke has the pace to lead, but gives Burke someone to work with in terms of having a toe to protect from the rear down the straightaways here. We're going to go to a virtual racing school replay of that moment there on lap number 3. On board with Shepherd through turn 6 and over 7. Just so much commitment down the hill. Looks for the gap, but it was never truly open there. and both cars run wide. Kostecki in the gravel has to ease his way back onto the circuit as a result of that one there. As we come back to live pictures, Shepherd still running third. Is the redress at minimum going to be enforced here by race
You
control?
would think that that would be the minimum penalty coming, would be a redress. It could get worse, but at least a redress you would feel is coming.
And it's just been
There
ordered,
we go.
Shepherd to pull aside and get in back in behind Brody Kostecki. So that will send him. Oh, SVG's got caught up at the back of the field with Luke Mitchelson at turn 12. More troubles for the cars involved on lap number 1. And SVG losing his bonnet in the process. Completely separate incident there. What has gone wrong? So it's side by side between Mitchelson and Van Gisbergen. Around the
he got the grass.
a rare error from Van Gisbergen committing to the outside, putting the wheels in the grass, as you said there.
Wow. How crazy is this race been? We thought race 1 was crazy. This has just gone absolutely bonkers. To see so many drivers make uncharacteristic errors and get themselves involved in incidents, just bizarre. But we continue on. Rosella and Burke are breaking away from everyone else. We know that SSR are playing the team game, as they should. If you've got the ability to do it, why wouldn't you? Hobson and Free are just slowing up a tiny little bit just to give a little bit of breathing room at the front. Well, judging by the lap times, I don't think so, but it could be that that's the game plan from here, is just let the front two go. But you've got to be careful, because there's a very angry swarm of cars there behind who may get a bit frustrated and make bold moves, as Kostecki, maybe not frustrated, but definitely it was a bold move. It's not going to pay off. And here comes Corey Shepherd with another run on him.
So looking to the inside of Rick Kuznetsov was Kostecki at turn 4.
I'm getting deja vu.
Going to push Kostecki along into turn number 6. Down the hill we'll go. This time, though, it's Shepherd who doesn't have a great run. Kostecki's deep, and he just gets into the rear of Kuznetsov. That'll just open the door on the way out of turn 9, but it puts Kostecki on that outside for 11 here. But he's ahead as they come into the brake zone. Space given. Kostecki doesn't go in too hot here. Will take the place at turn 12. And now it's for Shepherd's opportunity, perhaps, but no. Bad run for him. He'll be vulnerable to Jordan Ross down the front stretch as Kuznetsov all over the bumper of Kostecki. Does he go back down the inside to try and take that spot back? No, he's on the brakes early. He'll let Kostecki have the place for now at turn 1.
I think for now might be the key word there, because he looked like he had the pace to be able to throw it up the inside, but I don't know if he had the confidence in the tyres at this point. I mean, they're only 7 laps old, but you do lose that competitive edge on the tyres after a couple of laps. So, you know, just that minor doubt in his mind was enough to say, no, I'm not going to do it now. Probably also worried about if he made the error in the overtake, how many positions would he lose with how close that pack is behind? Risk versus reward wasn't there. Hold on to the spot.
Yeah, that and other considerations like, am I fast enough to keep Kostecki behind if you go for the move again? There's those kind of questions that you have to ask as we check in to see here Kobe Williams and Joe Stewart going at it for 12th on the road. It's been like this for a little bit here at this stage. And it looks like Stewart definitely the racier of the two. And a little wobble out of turn 12 and slip angle there from the 994. Just going to make that look a little bit more enticing. Williams will move over to cover it off somewhat, but no, does not complete the defense. Although Stewart does not complete the pass in saying that up the inside at turn 1, so they will stay as they are.
Brett Loxton's received a drive-through penalty for that incident we saw at Dandenong Road on lap 1. We saw in the back of shot with that big cluster of cars. I think there was about 8 or 9 cars involved. It was the 209, the 205, 61, the 947, the 897, all involved. Loxton's the one that's been given the penalty for that. So he'll have to serve a drive-through penalty on top of being one of the last cars running anyway. He has served it and is now officially last.
Yeah, that's not a good sign there for the 209, of course. But, well, make a mistake. You'll have to pay the price come down the lane as a result, as we Just keep our eyes back on this front group. Hobson.
You feel like these two are playing rear gunner now, don't you? With Kostecki closing in pretty quick, you feel like Hobson and Freya are going to play rear gunner for Wayne Burke.
Yeah, you back him up for as many laps as you can manage, and you allow the top two to break away, but at the same time as breaking away, allow them to make sure their tyres are being preserved, so that if Kostecki really wants it, he's going to have to burn the tyres up here in this opening stint to make it remotely possible.
Of course, there is a compulsory pit stop in this race, as there was in race 1. Exactly the same pit window. Ryan Leonard has been given a black flag as well for an incident on lap 1, which I have a feeling there's an actual overtake there. That was a very, very easy one from Tom Frere, letting Brody Kostecki through. I'm thinking that may have been from the incident we saw down at turn 3 on lap 1, where we saw quite a few cars at the front end up in the wall, including Shane Van Gisbergen and Madison Down and Brady Myers as well.
Yeah, that would somewhat check out. Now, bit of trouble between Jamie Dark and Brady Newman down at turn 9, sees both cars momentarily off the road of sorts as Leonage to the lane to serve his penalty. This is what this battle pack has become. This is fighting over 21st on the road when you look up at Thomas Hinz at the lead of the group.
Kostecki through?
Kostecki through on Brenton Hobson. Now, I was actually going to say, playing rear gunner maybe. But
well, they are technically teammates.
I was going to say, there is technically a connection there through Jared Filsell being, for the purposes of V8SCOPS, his team name is SSR/Boost Mobile Racing. I think Kostecki's team name officially for the series is Boost Mobile Racing, powered by Erebus, more specifically, but it's no secret that they know each other.
No secret that they are working together in the background.
And therefore, Kostecki might certainly be a welcome asset to all this. Question is, will they allow will Kostecki race for personal glory here and hunt down our top two? Or is he willing to play the bigger team game as there's more action in that group in the 20s? Oh, and it's caused Brad Ratu to go around at the back of it all as well at Dandenong Road. So he is getting all kinds of crazy. He needs to be very careful with the rejoin in the 38 machine, as that's right near the racing line. He will find a bit of clear air to get that done. Another one of our virtual racing school replays to see how it's happened.
There's been a bit of contact here with Hinz. Hinz is the red car you see there. So
has to be,
Hinz?
Yeah. Oh, Brad Newman too.
Newman there too. So Newman's given Hinz a hit, which has then caused a secondary bit of contact there. So Hinz looked like he'd backed out of that, didn't he? So yeah, I'm not sure. We'll get a bit more of an idea once race control have a look at it. But yeah, hard to know exactly how that's played out. We come back to the front, 2.7 seconds, the gap second to third, but last lap by Kostecki took about a 1/10.5 out of the leaders, so he is closing little by little, but need a little bit more than just a little by little.
Yeah, no, nothing wrong there. There's also something potentially happened between Kobe Williams and Job Stewart at the start of lap 11 down at turn 1. Because
look at Brady Myers stuck in this.
Yeah, Brady Myers, he has made progress. He's up to 29th, but you've got Rehan Leonage also trying to make his way back through. And then you've got Michael Whiting, who is currently in here roughly on position. I think Myers there just picked up some damage from a tappers. It'll be a pit stop for Whiting and trouble for Dylan Pereira back at turn 12. He's off in the grass in
the issue that Brady finds with himself is he, as well as SVG and Madison Down, all resumed the race together. But you look, Madison's at the lead of that group. There goes SVG, Robbie Gibbs, Ryan Leonage, who's just had a drive-through, and then there is
Freer and Kuznetsov.
Oh no!
Oh, it's gotten worse. A lot worse.
That was the teammate as well making contact there at the end. Jordan Ross
just getting clipped, yeah. But side by side between the two guys, and the engine is blown on the 7. Well, it's smoking on the 707, I should say. It's not completely gone just yet. He might have. He should have just enough left in the engine here to get it back to
as well. Lane. Brad Newman has been given a black flag for that incident we saw at Dandenong Road earlier involving Brad Ratu and Thomas Hinz. So as expected, it was the secondary contact. Oh, wheel-to-wheel contact coming through the S, and then
Kuznetsov almost moving back straight on over.
Yeah, Kuznetsov probably could have left a little bit more room, especially after he and Freya had made side-by-side wheel-to-wheel contact. So probably could have been a little bit more leeway given. I mean, he doesn't have to give plenty of room. It's not like he forced the contact, but you do have to be a little bit courteous when you have made contact, even if it's unintentional, to let someone back on the track. Especially the angle he was taking there. I mean, I'm not in race control, so my opinion doesn't mean everything or anything, but yeah, it definitely looked like he probably could have been a little bit more friendly in how that played out, but he's continued on. Jordan Ross is still continuing on, and Tom Freer is in the pits with mega damage.
Yeah, he is unfortunately there. Just checking the inquiry channel. Oh my word!
Oh, that's Dylan Rudd.
Dylan Rudd, the 99095.
Well, I think we can confirm a safety car's coming.
Surely that car is inching back onto the racetrack. It needs to be allowed to either tow or get this race neutralized ASAP. And indeed, instant response from race control, because as you watch that car, it's sliding down the hill.
Wow.
Drivers have to be very careful of this one here because they're coming up on a vehicle moving.
And you can't really stop it, can you? I mean, the brakes don't really work when you're upside down. What has happened here?
And they're going to give permission to 990 to tow now to eliminate that obstacle, even though that clears the circuit. So in behind James Chastanet, the 427 Banter Alliance car,
This
heading up
feels
the
like
back
a
straightaway
real-life
here.
incident here.
And Chastanet moves over a fraction, but so does Rudd back to the right side. Oh! And the fence, just with the adhesive properties of something a little stronger than superglue, rips that car's momentum from at least 200 kilometers an hour back to zero in a moment. And then Q, the slippery effect we see on the roof of that car as everyone dives to the pit lane. That's going to be Rosella from Burt, from Kostecki, no shockers there. Hobson out in fourth. Shepard's going to be the next one out in fifth, followed by Veld and Latta in sixth and seventh. So Kostecki actually making big gains there.
Well, I mean,
sorry, apologies.
He's gained time purely because the field is neutralised. So
I've had a massive mental block.
The 3-second advantage that Rosella and Burke had is all gone. I mean, it doesn't matter about the pace that they had. And interesting too, this is around about the same length of the stint that we're going to see the leaders take as what they did in race one. So we know that the tyres are going to fall off a little bit towards the end. Nobody has stayed out this time that I can see. Unless my eyes are deceiving me. No, everyone has pitted.
Everyone's completed at least a stop.
Yep, everyone has stopped once. So yeah, this is going to change quite a lot. Rosella would have felt rather comfortable at the front, but now I'm sure the nerves are quite high now.
Yeah, well, you bring back Shepard into the equation. Shepard has moved himself back up into fifth place with this pit stop shuffle. You then got Veld and Latta as some more synergy rear gunner firepower, because you got synergy 1 and 2 and 4 with an associated driver of synergy in third, then more synergy 6, 7, 8 there as well. So it's just Corey Shepard who is completely unconnected and could play some serious spoiler here.
And he'll try to.
Oh, no doubt about it. He's racing for himself. He's here for a race result.
Literally racing for himself at the moment. And privateer just before the Bathurst 1000. And as far as we're aware, he still is. Been rumours of him joining teams, but we've yet to be advised.
Hoping to beat the safety car off the pit lane. Unfortunately, that has not happened, and actually, yeah, he should have probably been told to hold the pit exit.
Well, it does say, if you actually read in sim, it does say pit exit closed, so he may get a penalty for exiting.
If I may.
No.
Unfortunately, that instruction came a little bit later.
Oh, a little bit late, okay.
Than it probably should have. Hence why Angus raced the safety car off the pit road. He's actually slotted himself into P3 on the road.
sure Luke Rosella and Wayne Burke are quite happy about that.
No, okay. That's going
He's being told to be moved.
Instructed to the end of the line for Michael Angus.
That ended that little breath of fresh air for Rosella and Burke. Of course, Wayne Burke has been victory lane in V8SCOPS before, but Luke Rosella has not. He'll be hoping he can hold on for his debut win.
Yes.
And do not come at me if I've just put the commentator's curse on him. I've cursed everyone all weekend, so it's not my intention.
Just like me, we did all the cursing on Friday. In theory.
And Saturday. Well, we tried.
Really
we tried Saturday night, but we didn't quite do any, did we?
Exactly. That's my point.
We only had one caution.
For those who missed our coverage of the Majors series last night, we only had one caution in a 267 lap race around a speedway. That's a win in our books. As we're going to stay under safety car for another lap here, so we'll restart with 24 laps remaining.
1/3 down,
race.
2/3 to go when we restart.
Very true indeed. Partly, I reckon, because we're still trying to deal with the initial lap car. Michael Angus is back at the rear of the queue, where
I've actually seen as well Michael Angus with his speeding off the pit lane. I don't know if you've noticed, but he's actually received a black flag for speeding in the pit exit. So he was trying to race to get out early ahead of the pace car, that fast that he actually was speeding on pit exit.
Well, that's a bit of a tactical blunder if there ever was one there. From the 205 machine, he is the one driver allowed potentially opting to come back into the pits.
I mean, he's a lap down, so I don't think it matters when he serves that penalty. He'll probably top up the fuel and take another set of tyres because it doesn't matter.
Yeah. The other cars that are in the pits include Dylan Rudd, obviously with his damage. Interestingly, Tom Freer.
Yeah, remember we saw Tom Freer's engine go at Dandenong Road, so we saw that incident with he and Kuznetsov. But Jake Maloney also out of the race too. We're not 100% sure on what happened with Maloney during this one, but he has had an incident that has caused his race to end. As we get ready to get back underway, pace car pulls off, and the field is back in the hands of Synergy Sim Racing Group, being Rosella at the front, Burke in second. The Alliance, of course, with Brody Kostecki, also there, Brenton Hobson. So within that technical group, we've got 8 of the top 11 cars within that group. 2 cars from the 9.5 SimSport group, and 1 privateer being Corey Shepherd.
All right, so the cars in the pit lane. I can tell you real quick, Maloney entangled with Brad Newman back on lap number 12.
Yes, we did see a drive-through penalty for Newman on that one, I believe.
So that's what sent him back to the lane. And yes, my complete mental blank about Tom Freer's car, unfortunately, turning into a bit of a wreck, as Raw Rosella is going to be the one to hold the field here. A little bit. Not as much as Brody Kostecki did in race number 1. We go back green here on lap 18 of 41 for the second of our races here at Sandown tonight. Hayden Veld looking to apply pressure to Corey Shepherd. Further on back of shot there, that was Job Stewart trying to get up the inside of Jordan Ross, and he will get up the inside of the 143 numbers. Apparently there's somewhere in the back of my mind today. As then further on back behind, that is that's Chris Coxhead being passed by Blake Purdy. Actually, Coxhead by Purdy at turn 1. Purdy straight back by to neutralise those gains. As we go back to looking at the front of the field, Rosella leads Berg, leads Kostecki. 0.6 of a second covering your top 3, and the rest of the top 5, I'll actually make it 6, because we've then got Hobson, Shepherd, Veld here, and then a tiny bit of breather back to 7th place, Kenneth Ladder, who leads the next group of cars at this stage as they filter on round turns 11, 12 to the kink here at 13 to end the first lap after this safety car restart. That there is your best running Trans-Tasman Racing entry here in race 2 tonight. And slightly unexpectedly, nothing on Kurt Stenberg, of course, for his experience and speed in the car. But, of course, with teammates like Madison Down and Brady Myers present this evening, we would normally have expected them to have been up the front, but trouble befouling them both. And the Down is on the charge, only back in position number 20 at this stage.
That was a big lock-up from Stenberg too through turn 4, and biggest mover in the field is actually Blake Purdy. See there in the 48, but he's up 16 spots. Stenberg and also Sean McNamara at the bottom half of the top 10. They are the biggest movers in the field, those three. McNamara and Stenberg up 14 as well. So a lot of big gains within this group. They've just been able to avoid that big cluster of cars we saw early on that just got involved at the start of the race, the end of lap 1 as well, early on in the third or fourth lap as well. So avoiding incidents has been as important as being fast tonight, just to get yourself some track position. Here comes Corey Shepherd. He's got some good pace coming down the front straight. Is he close enough to get past Hobson? He's going to have a look.
He's going to try and force the issue, but not close enough. Hobbo will turn down and take the apex at turn number 1, but he's broken clear of Hayden Veld on that 19th lap. So he's now free to apply pressure of his own than having to resist the pressure from behind. And Sebastian Vandel over the curb at turn 4 and gets away with just rubbing the wall on the exit of the corner. What it will do is it will see Purdy past, Coxhead past, and looks like we get Thomas Freeman past as well here on the run up the hill. It is. And we'll get on the brakes early. Will Vandel to slot in single file, but almost. That caused a bit of concertina because it checked everyone up down the hill. And I've seen Kobe Williams almost like the inside of Sebastian Flock and Madison Down, I think, locking the brakes as well to avoid solid contact with the rear of the 994. Just that one little moment, having to brake a little bit more down the S's, checking up a huge number of cars behind us.
Nice move from
It's
down.
on in behind indeed. Jamie Dyke and Rehan Leonage going back and forth. Dyke reclaiming the place taken there by Leonage. 22nd they're fighting over. And there we go, side by side, Down and Williams to turn 1. This one should be, I think, pretty cut and dry. And I think I saw Williams on the brakes a fraction early. Not really in a position to fight that one around the outside. There's trouble. Brady Myers has turned at turn 1.
Wow, Brady Myers, and I believe that's the fishy car that may have been involved there. Michael Whiting, he's got on the brakes to potentially redress. And there's Brad Newman right there with him. Let's see if we can unpack that, because, again, just when the night you felt like it couldn't have got any worse for Brady Myers, it gets worse.
Let's go to the virtual racing school replay real quick. I'm keeping my eyes on the live footage too, because we've got 2.5, almost 3 wide at turn 6. But Myers in the middle of the group. You've got Rehan Leonage, Jamie Dyke there. Robbie Gibbs coming up the inside. A little bump from Shane Van Gisbergen too. And it all seems to come together.
I'm going to apologise to Michael Whiting, because he definitely wasn't involved in that. He was actually backing off because I believe he got a slowdown penalty. Here's Brad Newman. Now that's a bit aggressive.
Yes.
Yeah,
To say the least. Hayden Sells going to capitalise on Newman at least. But Newman switching back to the inside. We're almost going to get 3 wide again if we're not careful here. As he is sending it under brakes. Myers, it just wants to be left alone, and he barely avoids being hit by Newman a second time there at turn 1. The 22 machine has been sent back down into 32nd place. Once again, there's a car around on the inside of turn 4. Who is
Holland,
that?
I think it is.
Holland, it is, yeah.
Madison Down just getting past Sebastian Flock. Going to go back to the front in just a second too, because it's starting to get a bit tight between Hobson and Corey Shepherd, but Jordan Ross has just had a little bit of a moment. He's about to lose his spot.
Oh, the man P3 in the championship, who would like to be in contention to fight it out to the end, is now buried in the dirt at 11 and 12. And then Shepherd and Hobson at turn 1. Vel gets through to P4 in the process. With
And
all
Hobson
that
back to
happening there.
6th.
And Hobbo back in 6th place once again.
And I wouldn't be surprised if he gets a spot back from Corey Shepherd. I think Shepherd's actually going to redress it by the looks of it. The position he's got on the road there. Yep. That's Hobson back by. Race back on. Try it again. What that has done is given a little bit of breathing room to those top 3. They are well and truly away. Hayden Veld 3.5 seconds back, but that top 3, they have a huge margin to everyone else. Hobson now trying to hold up the rest of the pack.
I think he's willing to now go full defensive positioning there on Shepherd, even if it's just a bit of a personal displeasure at what occurred there more than anything else, intermixing with any team objectives here on the track tonight. And wow, that was a frantic bit of racing back and forth. In the meantime, Madison Down up into P15, the number 1 TTR machine, trying to continue his way back up the order.
One thing I can confirm, we haven't talked about it at all. There is a 20 incident point limit before a drive-through penalty is automatically awarded. I can confirm there are 3 drivers that are not far away from getting some drive-through penalties that are not from race control. So stay tuned for that, because we're about to see black flags pop up on the timing sheets everywhere.
Well, that is important news there. As a commentator, spectator in the session, I don't have access to that information. So, well, there we go.
Luckily, I do.
Bonus bit of information, having one of the session admins, if I'm not mistaken.
I guess so. I guess that's what I am. I don't know.
Yes, you've been made a session.
I just click the buttons.
You click the buttons, you're also given access to allow you to click more buttons.
Yeah. I've got the button that can do the magic boot, but I've never had to use it in V8SCOPS, thankfully.
That's good.
This battle has got a little bit more intense now. I think the little bit of a gap between Kostecki back to Hayden Veld at 3, nearly 4 seconds, is enabling these guys to maybe race a little bit more than they would if the field behind was a bit closer. So race on because you've got a gap. If that gap closes, well, let's just drive on till we pull a gap again. But because there is a gap, they're starting to fight a little bit more. It's quite good to see that there is no team orders at this point in the group. Maybe later on they will come about, but for now, there is none.
Yeah, we'll see here, because Kostecki's looking racy. Burke obviously wants every point and spot he can get. But to the inside, Kostecki will look at 11. Doesn't commit. As I've just watched Blake Purdy send it up the inside of
Stenberg and Coxhead.
Yeah, Stenberg Coxhead has not worked. It's allowed Madison down through, and Purdy all the way back to P17. Kobe Williams now to the inside of Sebastian Vandel, just the back of the group. Here, Thomas Hinch trying to line up and run as well off of turn 12. Meanwhile, it's on between the CTR sandwich with Coxhead stuck in the middle. Oh, Madison Down has dropped for a second. Make that a little bit more than a second. Oh, you return. Well, that got a little bit dicey there because that was quite on. But Cox is going to get through on Stenberg, as will Madison Down. Madison Down to the outside for turn 2. That's ambitious, to put it mildly. He will not be able to make that stick, and we'll have to slot back in behind for now. But continues his charge back forward to the front of the field.
I feel like I've just gone back 10 years in time with Madison Down having internet issues in a V8 race. It feels like we're back in 2012 again, when Madison used to race with non-stop internet issues, but I do know he has been having some connection issues within iRacing. Oh, contact between Kostecki and Burke. I think that confirms that there are no team orders within that group at the moment.
That's huge. Big off there. It means a big slowdown penalty for Wayne Burke here down the front straight. He has yet to clear. Surely, no, Kostecki will roll out as well to enable Burke to clear the penalty here in a second, you'd think, but the penalty still exists on my end. There we go, it clears on the exit of turn 1. They can resume racing, but Luke Rosella now has a 2-second and 2.5-second margin to his name. Admin black flag has come out once again. This time, though, for Job Stewart in the 35 PSR car. As we see here, Down has gotten through on Chris Coxhead now. I think there's been a little bit of action further on back. Van Gisbergen's going to cut back through the field as well. Got past Ray Huntley-Anage at turn 1. Almost got through on Robbie Gibbs.
Oh, 3 wide.
Oh, a lot of 2.5 wide at the moment here. As we see there, Van Gisbergen, but it's going on between Kobe Williams, Jamie Dyke, Sebastian Vandel, and Robbie Gibbs directly ahead of him first. Up to turn 6 we go. The track narrows up and forces them all to the right. On the way in is contact between Dyke and Williams. Upsets the 994. Vandel 6 miles out wide, going to yield everything there to make sure he can get back on the road somewhat safely. And we've got bumper to bumper at Dandenong Road in the process here, as is Van Gisbergen trying to get round past Gibbs. Make try and stick it to it here through 11 and 12. And I think he's got the job done. Yes, he does get the job done there on the final corner of the circuit. But Rehan Leonage wants back on through. These guys...
Corey Shepherd through.
Scrapping over 20th place, as indeed Corey Shepherd has gotten back past Brenton Hobson. This time, no signs of fanfare or dramas, as Brady Myers has just sent it up the inside of turn 1 and fired off the road.
Wow, Brady Myers, this is a night to forget for him. It was a chance to consolidate and maybe get one hand on the championship trophy, but he's just lost all of that lead that he's had coming into this round. I mean, we know that drop rounds are going to change it after the racing's finished, but it hasn't gone to plan at all, and it's back on again between Burke and Kostecki. Rosella started to check out from these guys after that penalty. This lap, after Burke has cleared his penalty, they've extended that gap, has Luke Rosella.
Times across the stripe.
They're about the same, all three.
For Rosella. Yeah, 106.97 for Burke, 107.02 for Kostecki. Therefore, Rosella, by a total of 3 milliseconds, the slowest driver of the top three last lap around. So that's stable for the time being amongst that group. We check back in with this fight from 11th on back. Madison Down is the car leading the train now, as we focus there on Thomas Freeman for a second, and then up to Kurt Stenberg here in 13th. See if he can catch Chris Coxhead. And then you've also got Sebastian Flock, who's joined the back of the group in behind Blake Purdy.
With how messy 84. They are ahead, I think watching them go crazy through the S's from the car at the back is not a bad spot to be. You don't want to be involved with the mayhem they've been in. You're happy to watch it from behind.
And just try and set up the ideal run, as there we go. Purdy's going to try and force the issue at Dandenong Road, and all that proceeds to do is back him up into Sebastian Flock.
Black flag, pit lane drive-through penalty for incident limit. Michael Whiting and Hayden Sell.
Yes, they're starting to come just as you forewarned here with 12.
I can say I'm not Nostradamus, but I did see the numbers, so I can't really claim it. But there is 1, 2, 3 drivers within a contact incident for 4X from receiving a drive-through. So we've got plenty more to come. There is over half the field already at 10 incidents.
Yeah, well, safety rating's not on the line. It's just a question of how many incident points you can afford to spare, as Sebastian Vandel's turn there for a second to start blinking right in front of the number 13 of Justin Wallace. That certainly would be off-putting at the very least. Have a car disappearing from a gap that's maybe at most a car and a half long down that little short stretch to turn number 2 and 3. Ball with Kuznetsov and the 008 Premier Racing Team machine. He's got
9.5 now. It is. We can confirm it is now 9.5. We just haven't got the graphic updated, unfortunately, but definitely not Premier for his livery. We can confirm that he has got a new one. Indeed.
Yeah. Somewhat unexpected news, I guess you'd say, of Premier Racing Team very, very recently shutting down shop as a sim racing team. Drivers, therefore, heading out into the wilds. As we heard earlier, we still have a paint for Sebastian Vandel, unfortunately, over PRT colours, when we can advise that he is now with Pursuit Sim Racing. Kuznetsov opting to join the 9.5 stables for the foreseeable future. Gisbergen has just gotten through on Jamie Dyke on the run out of turn 3 into turn 4, but slipstream for Dyke up the back stretch. Maybe Gisbergen down on a little bit of power. Actually going to give Gisbergen a bit of a nudge, who runs middle of the road to cover off any inside attempt there from the 080, who then goes deep. But Robbie Gibbs deep under brakes in behind is going to put the 080 off the road a fraction there for a sec. He'll have to redress
for Robbie Gibbs.
That one. And there you go. Incident point penalties kicking in once again.
He was one of those drivers that was right on that limit, so that contact has put him over the limit, right through the lane. Huge penalty with how long, and not necessarily long, but slow the pit lane is in comparison to the section of track that you are avoiding. I mean, you're at top speed for a lot of that. Very, very slow pit exit as well. Yeah, it's a huge penalty at this track with such a short lap.
Checking in with second and third. They are continuing to cut down the margin bit by bit, or literally 10th by 10th to Luke Rosella in the lead. Although that time out of Daniel Road, they suddenly cut down a good 2/10, and they cut another 10th down there off of turn number 12. As trouble for Kobe Williams. Turn 6, he's in the fence.
Yeah, and SVG's got a black flag from it as well.
Oh,
and
smoking
smoke.
motor as well. So make that a mechanical black flag.
And a black flag for incident points.
Williams still up in the fence. He is now requesting a tow.
We're going to see a safety car here, I
Will
think.
we see another safety car here for a second car stricken in and around turn 6? Indeed, told to hold position here as we look at the virtual racing school replay. Van Gisbergen up the inside. Bit of a rub there, and Van Gisbergen losing control with a snap of the car, firing both cars into the fence. The safety car has indeed been called once again.
Now, interesting consideration here. With some of these guys in the midfield, is it worth coming in for a second stop and taking a new set of tyres? I would say for some people, yes.
Who stands to be
The likes of Madison Down wouldn't be a bad ploy where he is. I mean, he's only going to lose maybe 10 spots. And if everyone behind him comes in for the same idea, he's going to be on lightning fast tyres and cooking himself back to the front. Like, I mean, it's a huge risk, but the reward could be so beneficial with only 7 laps to go, 6 laps to go when we go green. Thomas Freeman has decided he's going to do it.
He is the only one in the top 20
I'm surprised
to have taken the gamble. Everyone opting for track position over a fresh set of rubber, and I think
I'm surprised.
That seems to be the order of the evening.
Considering they're now on 20 lap old tyres, I'm surprised that there hasn't been someone in the top 15 that hasn't rolled the dice. Blake Purdy or Sebastian Flock or Thomas Hines, someone in that range that's decided, I've got nothing to lose. It's either P15 if I stay here, I come in, take tyres, all right, I drop back to 30th, but I could get back up to P10. And you know that all hell's going to break loose in front of you as well at the restart. So I think that someone should have tried it, but I'm surprised that so few have.
Let's see, Thomas Freeman came into the pits from, actually, pardon me, no. More people have tried it.
Yeah, there's a few behind him. So Luke Mitchelson, Jordan Ross is one that has tried it. Robbie Gibbs, who is a lap down, has come in as well. Luke Holland has come in as well, but he's also a lap down. Brad Newman and Dylan Pereira are taking the opportunity to get damage repaired. So, yeah, I'm surprised they're going to have 6 laps to go. You would guess when we restart, potentially 5, but 6 likely. We'll see how many positions Jordan Ross makes. He'll be one to watch, I think.
Yeah, we should go green at the end of the next lap. Williams has just been given permission to return to the pit lane with the tow. The only thing here is, what do we do about Robbie Gibbs in between your first and second place drivers? Realistically, do you send him around to allow him to get his lap back, or do you order him to drop to the end of the line and get him out of the way that way?
Hayden Sells decided to come into the pits and get another set of tyres. Michael Whiting still has his black flag from earlier as well. He's decided to retire the car rather than continue on, unfortunately. Now, within that one incident, one contact, 4X away from getting a drive-through, there are 6 drivers who one nose-to-tail contact could result in a drive-through penalty. If you're that close, you almost want to get the drive-through before the end of the race, because if you get a black flag that you can't serve, that penalty is a lot worse.
It sure is. Confirmation. The race is going to restart here with 6 laps to go.
Very good.
And Robbie Gibbs in a lapped car is not being moved out of the queue. So Luke Rosella will have traffic that he can use to his advantage here on the restart. And Wayne Burke is going to have an obstruction to deal with here. I will admit, it's an interesting call. I'm not sure I necessarily agree with it as a spectator. When we want to see the guys here at the front have as even a chance as possible to race for the win, we leave a lapped car in position, but alas, never mind. Gibbs will just...
He's decided to get out of the way himself. I think he's made the sporting move there to get out of the way, make sure he doesn't get involved in the battle for the win. What I was about to say is that Rosella could also... it could also prove a disadvantage because being teammates, he's going to tell his teammates when he's going to go more than likely. And knowing that Burke wouldn't have been able to pass Gibbs for the start-finish line, would have maybe he wanted to be sporting about it. Not sure, but here we go. We're about to restart. 6 to go in what has been a controversial night at Sandown.
Waits for the little kink here at turn 13. We go green once again. Rosella leads them across the line at the front of the field. Single file, SSR 1, 2, 4, and Associate 3. With Shepherd under pressure from Hobson around the outside for turn 1. That's going to be ambitious if Hobson can pull it up. He tries, and he's not quite there. We'll tuck back in single file for turns 2 and 3 as they keep the pressure on here to bring the race back up to speed here at the front of the field. Turn 4 we go. Front looking okay there so far on this restart. And further on back, also looking okay here on this restart as they head up the backstretch. Once again, Burke is close, but not close enough for a dive into turn number 8. And it's side by side. That's when I believe Brett Loxton and Brady Miles. Belden, Shepherd around. That's going to jam up turn 9 here on the exit.
Wow. Hobson's involved in that too, as well as Madison Down, who's actually got through okay. So Madison Down's got himself back up into 5th position. Remember, at the end of lap 1, he was in 38th. The only cars behind him being Myers and also SVG. But now they're 3 wide coming out of that corner. You got Down, Shepherd, Hobson, McNamara, Stenberg, Purdy, Coxhead and Ladder all in this group together as Kostecki up the inside. No, not quite able to get it done. Burke's defending. Gonna have to do it the long way. Drops a spot.
There you go. Change for position number 2 as this pack continues to scrap up into turns 2 and 3. Johnston's in deep. Going to get Hins. There's going to be contact to the rear of Johnston from Brad Ratu. Track jam on the inside. Full-on track jam through turns 3 and 4. That is huge. Multiple cars involved as a result. And then more carnage happens as people dodge and weave to try and get through, and they don't.
And have a look at the black flag and meatball flags. Mechanical black flags everywhere. Black flags for incident limits everywhere. The race stays green for now, but for how much longer? Race control will be hoping that they can clear and we do not finish under yellow because we want to finish this race under green if we can. Luke Rosella is doing everything in his power to defend the lead of the race.
So many cars involved. The black flag tally, as you said, and another car picks up an iRacing incident point black flag. There are now 5 drivers with outstanding incident point limits, and let me read them to you. Sebastian Varndell, Brad Newman, Brady Myers, Tyler Blackburn, and Michael Whiting. The safety car is coming out once again. We have one of the Race on Oz cars parked on the run-up to turn 5. It's Justin Wallace in the number 13.
Wowee. What a absolutely phenomenal event this has been. It's going to be remembered for the right and wrong reasons. The right reason, if Luke Rosella can hold on for the win, he's going to have to drive the absolute wheels off this car to finish this race in the lead because Brody Kostecki is coming. But what a controversial result to this race back in the field. See if we can pick it up on the replay.
Where do we even begin with this replay?
Yeah, I don't know.
Jay.
I don't know.
I believe we need to start further ahead with Kenneth Latter or thereabouts. Damian Johnson even potentially in the 033. So look at this here into turn 2. So it's Johnson up the inside of Hins. Contact there. Checks up Ratu, who then gets into Sebastian Flock, who then completely piles into Rehan Leonage. And you can see here they try and get on through Wallace, then turned into a punching bag.
Doing dodgem cars through there.
Cars just get caught in it all.
There were cars that weren't slowing down at all. They were just barging their way through because they didn't care, and that's pathetic. And I'm sure race control will not be looking too highly upon that sort of behaviour. Not on.
Well, this is a short yellow. We're already getting ready to go green. We will get 2 laps of racing to end this one off. Some drivers still have penalty black flags to clear. Brady Myers has served his iRacing black flag to avoid disqualification. And he is only down in 24th. I say only as though that is something akin to, well, good in this race. But my word, yes, I think, yeah, a lot of problems there with that incident in the way that it just exploded into more. But yeah, that is something for the admin team to review and for drivers to reflect on if they were involved. Safety cars back in. Does Rosella go early? Does he go late? He's been opting to go late, generally speaking. Wait for this kink here at turn 13. He will wait. He will keep waiting, and he'll go now. And in fact, Kostecki's out of the loop. Wayne Burke's being told when Rosella's going. It's Burke up the inside on the run to turn 1. 2 more laps of racing. To
here comes Kostecki.
Kostecki with the dive bomb up the inside of Rosella. Will run the 55 off the road pretty much. Rosella's not done with that one there. I don't think Burke is going to stay or move up to second. Kostecki to the race lead.
Wow, that's huge. When we were umming and ahhing whether there was any discussions within race control about, within the team with there being team orders, that confirms everything we needed to know. There's nothing involved with Brody Kostecki. He's racing for himself.
Look at this here, though, at the back half of the top 10. They get single file this time, at least, to sort things out. In behind Thomas Hinds, though, with the car getting all kinds of sideways through turn number 6. That would have been Brad Rattu in the 3895 Sim Sport machine. But coming, though, to the white flag, we're going to stay racing to the end of this one. Does Wayne Burke have anything left? Or Brody Kostecki, contact further back, Shepard and Downer in the fence. Was that Stenberg?
Stenberg over the wall.
Stenberg over the pit wall.
He's done.
Shepard parked on the track as well, my word.
That is huge. We'll watch it after the race. There's so much to dissect at the end of this one. What a race this has turned into.
Half a second at turn 4. Nice, but Myers involved at turn 3 in a shunt. That knocks him down more places again. The race to the end of this race. That's Myers in the background in the white TTR machine. But Brody Kostecki still holds half a second on Wayne Burke as we come down the hill into Dandenong Road for the final time tonight. After 123 laps across split 2 and split 1, Brody Kostecki's had to work through it in race 2, but he'll make it a clean sweep of the evening. Wayne Burke will take second place as Hayden Veld has just exited stage right from the back of the top 20. He'll be off the road in the 53 machine. Something happening there as well. Stenberg still parked up on his roof on the other side of the barrier there. Kostecki makes it a clean sweep of the Too Easy Finance Sandown split sprint here in the main game. My lord, well, if it could happen, I think it did happen.
I think we had literally everything in that one.
Yeah, absolutely, utterly insane. Well, let's try and get through these results here. Brody Kostecki, half a second clear of Wayne Burke across the line for that one there. Luke Rosella rounds it out with P3, a case maybe of what could have been there for him, but hopefully there's some good takeaways for him in the end. Rick Kuznetsov up to 4th place at the end of that race ahead of Madison Down, who, well, has to do the recovery drive of his season, I would argue, with that one there to get back to P5. Sean McNamara up from 24th to P6. Blake Purdy up from 31st to P7. Brenton Hobson, unfortunately not quite able to hang on to P6, will finish 8th. And then it was P9 for Chris Coxhead, P10 for Job Stewart there in the 35 PSR car there tonight.
Go back to Jamie Dyke. I would, yes, one of his best ever position finishes in V8SCOPS history in 11th. Thomas Hinds in 12th. Bradley Ratu in P13. Thomas Freeman 14th position. Then we got Latter and Johnson in 15 and 16. Pereira and Leonage in 17, 18. Chastanov from split 2 all the way up to 19th position in that one. Luke Mitchelson rounding out the top 20.
21st at the line is going to go to Brad Newman. Brady Myers, despite all those setbacks and dramas for him during the race, finishes tonight in race 2, 22nd for that one there. Sebastian Vandel to 23rd. Hayden Veld is dropped from, well, in the teens to 24th place at the line. Tyler Blackburn 25th and Brett Loxton 26th to round out those who finished the race on the lead lap. Luke Holland and Corey Shepherd are 1 lap shy at the end of that one there, with the tow for Shepherd actually getting him a 1 lap ahead. Otherwise, he would have been 2 laps down, with Kurt Stenberg there in 29th. Sebastian Flock, the first of the cars having to retire from that late safety car there in position number 30.
And the last page, Taylor Woe for all of these drivers. Wallace, Ross, Sell, Gibbs, all involved in that incident that brought out the last caution. SVG, Williams bringing out the caution previous. Got Whiting, Angus, Rudd, Maloney, and then on the last page, Tom Frere, who was out very, very early. We're going to watch one replay before we call it a night. And, I mean, we saw it in the background, but I think we all want to know exactly what happened between Kurt Stenberg and Corey Shepherd.
Right, let's break this down. We're going to roll back a bit here because you can see we've got Brenton Hobson in between Shepherd at Dandenong Road and Stenberg.
It all looks rather under control at this point, doesn't it?
All right, so Hobbo looking to try and make something happen here at turns 11 and 12. Hang on around the outside. That sends Shepherd wide. Stenberg then slots the middle. Release attempts to, and the middle shuts down rapidly there. Up and over the Armco goes the 47. Shepherd brings his car to a halt, thankfully there, keeping it off the racing line and enough space to dodge that one there. And Kurt Stenberg, race control, I've died.
I think that's a pretty good way to sum up how he ended his night there, isn't it? He's ended in a lot of pain, and Barney had a very, very good view of it. So, unfortunate end for the night, but only 1 round to go for the season, and that's not the right video. Let me fix that. But next round we go, 3 weeks' time, we go to Road America in what has been the traditional finale of the season, and I think a few drivers will be looking for some redemption after tonight.
They will indeed.
That looks more like Road America.
It does look a lot more like Road America. We've got a lot to try and figure out. Championship situation that needs to be deciphered and figured out. We'll have that all for you on the V8SCOPS social media pages. And of course, we'll be covering that in the broadcast come Sunday, the 27th of November at 6 p.m. AEDT. 250 kilometer race around the famous track, a world famous circuit in Road America up there at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin. And we also have, of course, the final round for the Logitech G V8SCOPS Support Series, Friday the 25th of November and Saturday the 26th of November. We will see the Flat Sixes, the V8s, and the 2 Litre Tourers all out for their final appearances to go along with the main event on Sunday as well. Yeah, well, yeah, what a night of racing. Some good, a lot of controversial, to say the least, as well. And a championship that has become a whole lot more murky to figure out in the process as well. I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the evening. Thank you all for being with us here tonight, live or if you're watching us afterwards on the SimSpeed social media platforms. My name is Daniel Yeaman. On behalf of Jake Kennedy, here with production and extra commentary here in Race 2, and along with Ryan Jones for joining us earlier this evening. Hope you've had a good one. Take care until you join us for the next and final round of V8SCOPS in 2022, or any of the other broadcasts that SimSpeed's got on in the meantime. Stay safe and stay well until then. It's goodbye from us for now.
Are you new to sim racing, or maybe a veteran struggling to reach the next level? Have you ever wondered how the aliens reach impressive lap times that seem impossible to achieve? If so, you're not alone. Most drivers reach a certain level and get stuck. But getting faster on track is easier than you think. V8S coaches are some of the best sim racers in the world and offer one-on-one driver skills training at affordable rates to help new drivers learn the basics and help experienced drivers break through to the next level. Are you ready to get faster and get off the iRacing roller coaster? If so, V8S one-on-one personal training is for you. If you've invested in your equipment, it might be time to invest in yourself. Just go to virtualracingschool.com and sign up for a 30, 60 or 90-minute session with one of our world-class coaches, and you'll learn exactly what to do for faster lap times and more podiums.